Science and Technology is hereby called to order. Let's all put let's all put ourselves in the presence of the Lord and bow our heads. Lord Father God, as we thank you for this opportunity to come together, Lord, the different sectors, Lord, in the private and government sectors, the different players in the telco industry, IT experts, people, Lord, who are you bless with creativity, with understanding, Lord, codes and the language of computers. We ask you, Lord God, that we will use this as a venue to get to know each other, but also to work together to make the Philippines a IT powerhouse where everyone will be able to communicate with each other well, will be able to do e-commerce, will be able to do e-governance, will be able to have direct connections, Lord, with our loved ones who are working abroad. As we ask you to give a special blessing to everyone today, we are reminded that you told us to seek first your kingdom and righteousness. As we ask you, Lord Holy Spirit, for guidance in all of this, we thank you, Lord Jesus, for this opportunity. We ask you to bless this hearing in Jesus' mighty name. Amen. Amen. Good afternoon, everyone. Let me start out again with this verse that we started nung una nating hearing. No? For I know the plans I have for you, plans to prosper you and not to harm you, plans to give you hope in a future. No? Si Jeremiah po ay isang propeta na kinararangal o pinapakinggan po ng Hudyo, ng Muslim at ng Kristiyano. No? So I intentionally also picked someone that we can all relate to. But kung makikita mo, no, I don't think anyone has any debate that God has plans to prosper us and not to harm us and plan to give us hope in the future. Pero nakakalimutan ng iba, may plano din ang demonyo laban sa atin. Di ba? So when you see, for example, a school na kompleto sa mga gamit, may kuryente, connected, kompleto sa IT equipment, siguro sasabi niya, nagagamit natin word na napaka-blessed tong school na to. May Apple Computer Lab, di ba? But I remember years ago, my sister gave some computers off Baguio, no, near Baguio City. Siguro mga 30-45 minutes no, away. Tapos, nung kausap niya yung principal, tuwan-tuwa yung principal, thank you very much, ma'am. This was years ago, no? Baka 10 years ago. Tapos sabi sa kanya, ma'am, pwede bang may request? O sige, sabi niya, sige, ano pa kailangan nyo? Kailangan pa nyo ng printer? Kailangan nyo ba ng digital camera? Hindi pa masyadong sa cellphone yung camera nun. So, what do you need? Sabi, ma'am, wala kaming kuryente. Baka pwedeng generator. No? So, it was because she was giving away computers and the other schools who were present, parang given na may kuryente. So, nung nandun siya, hindi muna nagsabi na walang kuryente sa kanila. So, when we discuss e-governance, we have to first discuss talaga connectivity. So today, we are gathered not to point fingers, but to be able to come together and find solutions. I believe that we were all created because there is a purpose, there is a problem that we are meant to solve. Government then should be problem solvers, di ba? So when I was in the DFA, sabi ko nga sa kanila, pag may problema, huwag kayo low moral. Kasi naghahanap tayo ng problemang isosolve. Hindi pwedeng nasa-stress tayo na dinaan tayo ng problema. Kung yun ang attitude natin, di dapat tayo nasa gobyerno. Pag nasa gobyerno tayo, parati tayong nag-expect na may problema, kasiyahan natin. But it's stressful. So for example, when we're trying to solve yung appointments ng passports, di ba? It was stressful because you can't do it overnight. Di ba? And not everyone understand, and not everyone is there to help. Some are there to keep their contracts, some are there to keep their rackets. Isipin nyo, may nahuli pa kami sa isang fast food na malapit sa DFA. Doon pa nagbebentahan ng slot. Sumbong kami sa polis. Tatlong nung polis ang hindi nagresponde. We had to call the headquarters mismo. So it can be frustrating. But we're not here to point fingers, but we're here to help each other. So ito ang ating takbo today, no? Again, yung principle. The principle is kung anong itatanim natin, yan ang ating anihin. So kung ang tatanim natin today is to find fault, matatapos ang hearing, simple lang ang committee reports, siya may kasalanan. So we're not going to do it that way. The way we're going to do it is to look at the vision, and then how do we get there? Kasama yung planning. So if you're going to say we need 100,000 towers and good news, we went from X to Y within 3 years. Or how do we get from Y to Z in the next 5 years? Diba? If we're saying that ganito presyo ng internet, isa tayo sa pinakamahal sa mundo or sa Asia, how do we get there? So to be able to do that, please present factual muna, but feel free na every agency or private entity who is here, give us the one thing that the Senate can do for you to achieve your purpose, but also tell us what's the one thing, whether it's a problem, opportunity, solution, that you will do to solve this. So for example, kung karap ko si Yusek Dave at hindi ko alam niya, David, at hindi ko alam yung kanilang program, and I ask him, Yusek, what's the one thing we can do to take out corruption? Sasagutin niya ako, sir, suportahan mo yung yung aming ginagawa ngayon na e-governance. Kasi sir, pag e-governance, hindi naman zero corruption, pero mahirap. So, supportahan nyo. So, if I say, sige, that's the one thing I'll do for you. Oh, what's the one thing we can do for e-governance? Eh, una niya sasabihin talaga, connectivity. Secondly, yung mga programang they've been explaining. So, let's do it ganun kasimple, no? So, I remember years ago, there was this issues, I think, with the Duterte administration, and Globe brought up something that's not talked about, no? Which is yung to say it nicely, the red tape on the ground, on the barangay level, to say it not so nicely, the corruption or the things they have to pass through that hindi lang tumatagal, na nagmamahal yung pagtayo ng cell sites, no? And later on, balikan natin. And let's not be, how do I put it, no? Again, hindi natin focus to point fingers. Pero hindi naman pwedeng pag may problema, hindi nyo sabihin. So for example, kung sasabihin yung ng Smart at Globe, sir, lahat ng equipment na yan nandyan na, pero 6 na buwan na nasa customs. So hindi natin tinitira yung customs. Invite natin next time. I'm not saying meron na sa customs. I'm using it as an example. Ang point ko lang, you cannot keep saying yes to us, tapos may mga problema pala kayo. So let us know then. Then, halimbawa, pag tinawag yung customs, sir, 2 days lang i-release namin yan. Ang problema, sticker ng NTC, walang sticker NTC. O NTC, bakit nangyari to? So sasagot kayo. Kung sabihin nyo, sir, walang lisensya yung aming driver, hindi ma-deliver. So LTO pala may problema. No? So, I'm making it light, but you get my point, di ba? To be able to solve problems, we have to pinpoint saan may problema. Diba? And then give that agency or that private entity an opportunity to explain kung paano natin masosolusyonan yan. So ganito magiging order. For the first hour and a half, I don't wanna hold you after 5 o'clock. I'm conscious that may mga pamilya kayo, and even if nasa gobyerno kayo and you're willing to have a long hearing. So we will aim for 4, but I suspect we'll finish around 4:30. So something like this, no? The first part, we'll go to NTC and we'll ask them to give us an overview of connectivity. And then we'll go to, we're very blessed today dahil nandito ang buong globe, nandito ang mga smart, and pag pinagsama mo sila lahat, magko-converge tayo, no? Nandito din converge, no? And if they do very well, we will put them upon a tower. So nandito din ang Boitis group, no, ng dun sa common tower. So we'll do them first because we want them to explain where we are and then where we want to go to get to the point nga na where maybe, tama ba, Korea at Singapore pa rin bang model natin sa, at least sa internet connectivity, no? So unless may country na better than the two. Then after that, we will have 3 quick examples. POEA and OWA, feel free to present kung anong gusto niyo i-present sa inyong e-governance, BIR, and then LTO. Why the 3? Para makapag-prepare kayong tatlo while they're talking about connectivity. We want to, kasi hati-hatiin natin yung mga government agencies. Yung isa, yung nakongolekta ng buwis or ng fees. So customs, BIR, in a sense, LTO dun sa registration ng kotse, di ba? So we want to see kung paano nila gagamitin yung e-governance para dun sa mga traditional na reklamo, especially dun sa discretion, para hindi lang mapabilis, pero less discretion is actually less corruption. But it's not also true na pwedeng zero discretion in everything. We do know that governance is complicated. So that's why we'll always have one agency who sort of collects, no? The other one is um, yung nag-a-apply ng permit, yung tao. So in that sense, today, LTO, yung nag-a-apply ng driver's license, no? Next time, we can have, let's say, DFA, pag nag-apply ka ng passport. Then, yes. So BIRP, then sa POE at OWA, let's see, maraming services yung talagang dinidemand ng ating OFWs. But one example is yung OEC. I do know we've gone a long way. Dati kaliwat kanan ang reklamo niyan. Ngayon kaliwa na lang, hindi na kanan. But still, let's hear about what their programs are sa e-governance. But in particular, um, yung OEC, pakibanggit mamaya, how far have we gone and ano pang kulang doon na pwede nating ayusin, no? So, sa DICT, of course, Yusek David, please interject anytime. Ikaw na partner kong senador here today. Sa PCO, Yusek Tala, na taga rito din sa Senate, feel free then. No? I've seen your post the last few days about e-governance, so I know this is a priority ng administration. So, if there are some gaps or there are some things we should point out, please feel free. No, so we'll start with NTC. Okay. So Deputy Commissioner, let me acknowledge saan ba dito yung ating saan yung ating sa acknowledgement? Isa lang ba siya sa NTC?
Yes, sir.
Or dalawa sila?
Sir, si DIC.
Sige.
Sila po yung
Okay.
sa broadband
Sige.
sa last time.
Just for us to be able to move swiftly with, forgive me, hindi ko na muna kayo acknowledge lahat. But as we go to your part, i-acknowledge ko kayo. Wala daw yung Converge, pero nandito yung Philippine Cable Telecommunication Association for Internet Connectivity in the Last Mile. So Yusek David Almirol, of course, is here. Yusek Angelo Nuestro, Asek Renato Paraiso, and Deputy Commissioner John Paulo Salvahan. So, Commissioner, ang magre-present pala ang DICT, then you'll support as far as connectivity is concerned. Okay.
So, good afternoon. So I'll be presenting the connectivity status and our future plans. Next slide, please. So we have a few information about the status of internet connectivity in the country. So we have a graph of or bar chart of the number of internet users. It's around 85.16 million this year, with the penetration of around 74%. There are 78 registered telcos, 554 registered ISPs. Medyo maliit lang. There's also 60,937 fixed point-to-point VSAT and base station, base registered.
Wi-Fi sites,
Mhm.
parang mas maliit yung 2023 kaso sa 2022. But we'll check that. Baka
Yes,
mali lang
kasi
yung info nyo.
may mga nag-expire kasi from the previous administration.
Yeah.
Walang fund. Wala na
Yeah.
kami.
So that's my question. So what do you mean it expires? So we
Uh,
pay yearly.
Yes, pero hindi na ni-renew nung previous admin. I suppose it was yung mga funds was reallocated to respond to the COVID situation.
Siguro sir, maybe in the future or you can just submit it.
Mhm.
Kasi tatanungin din naman sa budget hearing yon, so magandang maintindihan na natin. What is really the free Wi-Fi system and when does someone graduate? Kasi I would assume, for example, di ba na, let's say you still have a few poor barangays in Metro Manila,
Yes.
but except for Pateros, I think all the cities naman have funds for free
Yes.
Wi-Fi, di ba? But for example, in somewhere na medyo sulok or isla,
Mhm.
they would expect that if they're told na, oh, if we can have 10 years na free Wi-Fi in 10 years or in 5 years, kaya na namin, di ba? Rather than parang year by year, we're looking kung covered sila o hindi. No?
Yung strategy po namin ngayon, this year, inuna namin po yung mga GIDA sites. So mostly mga VSAT yung ginagamit, mga satellite connections.
Kasi sir, ito, di ba? 4.681, so 4,681 sites ng August 2022, 3.8 million users, no? But previously, 5,656 ang sites. And then, for May 2023, 3,796, di ba? So, tama naman po if they're graduating because kaya na nila na hindi na yung national government yung nag-free-free, di ba? Pero kung napapatay lang sila kasi nga wala tayong pambayad, as I said, we're not here to finger point. We have to ask din sa budget hearing.
That's
Wala
more of
bang
the
pon-
situation
Yeah,
po.
yeah. So it's more of nagkulang yung pambayad. So you had to choose, di ba?
That's correct.
Kasi personally, ako ang opinion ko doon, we tell them when we put up the free Wi-Fi sa kanila,
Mhm.
ano yung minimum bago natin sila putulan para alam nila. 'Di ba? Kaso sasabihin mo halimbawa kasi pag year by year, hindi rin makakaplano yung ospital na yon, yung barangay na yon, yung health center. Pero pag sinabi mong I think minimum 3 years or 5 years, 'di ba? By that time baka may pera na sila at kaya na nila, then they can do it already, no. And this is only the free Wi-Fi program ng gobyerno, no, ng national government. So this doesn't include the free Wi-Fi ng LGUs. Yeah. Does the private sector have free Wi-Fi? We're waiting for the screen pa naman. May free Wi-Fi program din ba ang private sector? Meron din. So they're nodding their head. So later on siguro in their presentation. Pwede na ituloy o wala pang screen? Ayan. Sige sir. Ayos na.
Ayan. So maybe we go to the next slide. Ayan.
Sir, simple math lang ha. So some say we're about 111 million Filipinos. Between 107 to 111 ang nababasa ko. But clearly about 10 million abroad. So assuming 100 million ang nasa Pilipinas, when we say 85 million internet users, does that mean 15 million wala or does that mean 15 million kasi ay mga sanggol kaya hindi na sumama? Anong information nyo about that statistics?
We got these statistics doon we sourced it sa international data gathering na KEPIOS.
Okay.
So it's been used by yung mga major
So for
publications.
example, sir, like sa bahay ko, I use Converge and Sky,
Mhm.
and then I have a Globe and Smart.
Mhm.
Smartphones, one Android, one Apple. So am I considered 4
No, just
or
one.
1 din lang ako?
Just one
So
din lang.
1. So basically 85 million Filipinos.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Okay.
Maybe mapakita natin sa slide yung Excel sheet na binigay ko. Can we show that?
Thank you.
Ayan. Paki-enlarge na lang. So, pasensya na, medyo raw yung pag-display. As you can see, yung na-collect namin information is the internet users. Yung total population nandun sa ilalim, pineg nila tayo at 116 million.
Mm.
So urbanization is 40.
Sir, pa-define nung urbanization. So meaning the high
Yeah,
urbanized.
living in the urban areas.
Okay.
Oo.
So, but kung 49%,
So mostly,
so maganda. So meaning sa
marami
rural,
nasa cities.
ganun din.
Kung makikita niyo yung mobile subscription, which is in the row 6, maliit, di ko makita eh. $168 million yung subscriptions, equivalent to 144%. So kasi marami, dalawa yung ano.
Halo na yan, sir, ng telephone and, I mean, cellphone and
Well,
yung, what you call?
mobile subscriptions, yung subscription with the telco.
Yeah.
So
Kaya lumalampas, no? So yun yung example ko naman na if I have a Smart and Globe, then I have a
you're
Sky
counted as 4.
and Ford sa bahay, that's 4. Okay.
Yes. Ayan. So, ayun po, plinat namin year by year. Ayan. So can we go back to the slides? Ayan. So yung Wi-Fi program namin is already in 17 regions, 71 provinces, and 471 cities and municipalities. Next slide, please. Yeah. Okay, for this year, ito po yung mga projects namin for procurement. Right now, mga 6 dito nasa pre-bid na. So bukas may mga pre-bid conference kami sabay-sabay na halos.
So sir, clarification, dito sa 10,000 sites nyo,
Yes.
you'll have money in 2023 to pay for it
Yes,
to
this
work for 1 year lang or for
this will work until December 31 lang
this year?
this year.
So assuming you're given the same budget next year, i-maintain nyo lang to.
May maintain lang.
Assuming na we're given more,
Mhm.
maintain to, then you'll add.
Yes.
May program kayo to eliminate? Wala pa.
Wala pa.
Wala pa.
Wala
So at least itong gagawin nyo 10,000, makakaasa sila.
Yes.
If there's
yes.
if there's the same budget, hindi sila mapuputulan.
Hindi,
Okay.
hindi ako patuloy.
Yeah, but sir, baka we can work with DBM nga na, may DBM ba dito? Yeah, last time ata. But we can ask DBM kung pwede, dapat may multi-year kayo sa ganyan, di ba?
Mamaya.
Oo. Yeah, baka dapat yun ang tanong natin sa DBM na dapat this program,
Mhm.
naka-multi-year, if I'm using the term right,
Yes,
para nga
yes.
you can announce to the person sa site na
Oo.
sure kayo ha for 3 years, hindi kayo...
May konting bureaucratic complexity kasi yung fund na ginagamit is a spectrum users fee. So it's a special fund that expires December 31. Kaya yung mga contracts namin hanggang December 31 lang. We cannot go beyond. Pero
And
nakaprepare na
that,
kami
that
for
fee comes from the ano, di ba?
NTC. Yung
NTC paid by Globe Smart
them, yeah.
and everything. But does it go down every year or historically the last few years bumababa ba siya?
Increasing po, Mr. Chair.
Increasing.
Yes.
So hindi dapat. So bakit nung
It
from
revert-
22 to 23 bakit bumaba yung sites?
I think it reverts back to the treasury po on a
Okay.
yearly
So let's
basis.
figure it out with DBM. As you said nga, it's more technical. Thank you, Commissioner.
So this one is for this year it's equivalent to 2.5 billion. So pag na-spend na namin to, this is for this year. Technically pwede, pero
Why don't you study that? Kasi kung additional revenue, 'di ba kasi ako kung I always make a choice eh. Kung Netflix ko yung ganito na walang advertising, pero kung yung Disney ganito, kung yung NBA, 'di ba? So you make a choice which one are you willing to pay smaller pero may advertising. So like nanonood ako ng YouTube, hindi ako nagpre-premium. Yun may advertising kasi 5 seconds lang naman eh.
maybe
Diba?
it would help yung
Yeah.
yung,
May I suggest
yung
that
GOCC,
Yusek na
oo.
tignan nyo yung
Oo.
possibility kasi nga kung malaki yung revenue, I mean,
Yeah.
I'm sure any advertiser want to hit 3 million people. Di ba?
Baka yun yung maging role nung GOCC. Sila kasi magiging revenue
Yeah,
generation na. Si Justin, can we show the yung Google Earth for appreciation lang ng Wi-Fi sites? So we prepared yung Google Earth na graphics or application so we can see the existing sites at saka yung mga planned sites. Sana si Justin. Wala ba? Can we show the existing sites muna? Ayan. Ayan na ba? Naka-highlight na. Yeah. Yeah. So yan yung mga existing sites. And then can we add yung mga planned sites? Tapos pwede mo naman i-breakdown kung ano yung mga
Sir,
locations
pag
naman.
sinabi mong site, ano yan? May physical hardware kayong nilalagay
May
doon?
access point.
Okay.
Each access point, inaano namin, kaya hanggang 250 users.
So theoretically, sir, pagka you cannot pay for the service na,
Mhm.
the private entities can use it na pwede ng, ibig sabihin may hardware na doon na pwedeng
Yes, may
gamitin.
hardware
Hindi.
na. Hindi
tama ba?
hindi namin pinoprocure yung equipment kasi yung SUF is MOOE. Hindi
Okay.
siya CO. So lease lang yung ginagawa namin.
From who nililease yun?
Sa vendor naman nanalo.
Which is not Smart and Globe o sila din?
Kung magbibid sila.
No, kaya ako tinatanong kasi shouldn't we plan it na pag umalis kayo kasi kaya nila magbayad na. So for example lang, 'di ba, a small district hospital na napakababa ng budget kaya pinili nyo to give it free Wi-Fi.
Yes.
But let's say 5 years from now, kumikita na sila with PhilHealth at maganda na, hindi na sila magbabayad ng equipment that the telcos take over or the ISP providers, 'di ba?
And then they can
Para hindi doble trabaho. Or for example, kung sasabihin nyo, 3 years from now, wala nang Metro Manila na free Wi-Fi kasi may kaya na kayo lahat sa Metro Manila. It would be a disservice to us kung yung barangay namin na nakinabitan nyo na, tatanggalin pa doon tapos magpapalit pa. Di ba? Something like that. No?
So
Correct
far
me,
naman-
Yusek David, if I'm saying it wrong sa equipment at sa technical.
Yes, Mr. Chair, it's correct, Mr. Chair. Just to add lang, Mr. Chair, on the yung pong pinapailawan, the moment na nilagyan na ng mga kable papasok sa mga GIDA sites, dahil nakalist siya, so kailangan pailawan from time to time. So part of
But you
the
study that, Yusek, baka naman pwedeng i-procure or pwedeng lease to own or for example, let's say sa Taguig, no? I'm sure the local government wouldn't mind kung sasabihin mo in 3 years, bibili na namin yon. At least nakakabit na. Di ba kung sasabihin nyo rin lang naman sa amin na, sir, ito ang pinakamahirap nyo kasing barangay, ito pinakamahirap na health center, so nilagyan namin. But sir, 2 years lang to. So 2 years from now, gusto nyo i-take over nyo, pero bayaran nyo yung ganyan. Can you study something like that? Kasi that will help the LGUs, di ba?
we actually take note your recommendation during our last hearing, Mr. Chair. I think that's a very good idea that because there are LGUs that they're willing to really help. At the end of the day,
And it will save them the procurement,
yes.
di ba? Kasi parang,
sila yung magpo-procure na moving forward kaysa naman na puro list yung ginagawa po ng ng DIC.
kasi Yusek Angelo, I fast forwarded to your slide na by 2028, 201,000 sites. So I was just looking at the sustainability na
Yes.
plano ba talaga natin, kasi walang problema kung sasabihin natin na parang 4-piece na we will make it semi-permanent hanggang wala nang mahirap. But I don't really know kung yun ang policy natin to really give free Wi-Fi or do we just give free Wi-Fi dun sa areas na 1, 2, 3, no? Meaning, halimbawa, 1, mahirap yung nandun or 2, hindi kasi pinapasok ng telco basta-basta kasi nga ko konti subscribers so we put it there, di ba? But in terms of sustainability, there has to be a policy and a turnover din talaga, di ba?
Pero Senator, sa RA 10929, parang indefinite pa eh. So So
Well,
we have
let-
to
yeah.
comply with the law and
Yeah, i-direct nyo kami doon. Let's look at that. No? So I was asking my staff whether or not sa medium-term development plan, may nakita ba kayo?
Walang specific about
Yeah.
Wi-Fi, sir, pero expand physical.
So ito kasi nakalagay sa, I really believe in planning eh. Di ba? Para may target ka talaga, hindi yung parang bara-bara. So sa atin medium-term fiscal framework, 2022 to 2028, refocus, build towards infrastructure that strengthens industry linkages, expand physical and digital connectivity, improve access of the poor to basic services. So dun sa mga nakikinig, yung kasing sinasabi na visible infrastructure, yan yung ano, di ba? Kalye, yan yung tulay. In a sense, drainage, hindi mo nakikita na sa ilalim, pero nakikita mo namang kino-construct. Pero yung sa internet na infrastructure kasi, because it's waves, you don't see it, but actually may wires yan or may ano ba tama, cable, fiber optics na kailangan mo pa rin ng infrastructure, di ba, to have that. So the other is to invest in smart social and economic infrastructure, and I assume that smart also deals with digital, di ba? And then expand equitable internet connectivity for educational institutions at all level. So ang nakita ko lang weakness nung medium-term development plan, walang specifics. So mas gusto ko pa yung presentation mo kasi meron ngang metrics ng target users and target sites between 2024 to 2028. So let me just commend you guys sa DICT for that kasi nga mas maganda talagang may numbers eh. Rather than just saying, di ba parang sinabi mo, maganda na buhay natin by 2028. Mas maganda sabihin, maganda buhay bakit? May housing ka, may PhilHealth ka, may ganito. So maganda yung ginawa nyo na ano. Nag-stop na naman yung live feed but I think you can continue naman. No? So parang ano, tinusubukan talaga tayo sa Senate sa connectivity. Ang taas sweldo kaya ang hearing ko next week. Tignan natin kung tataas ang sweldo ng mga taga-Senate o hindi. Sige, sir.
pakibalik sa slides. Ayan. So, out of the projects na pinakita kanina na up for procurement na namin this month, 4,400 sites doon is GIDA. GIDA is geographically isolated and disadvantaged areas. So, andyan naman yung numbers.
And may list yan, sir, na?
May list
So,
po.
paying copy ng list para we can, ano,
Opo.
yeah.
Basically, yung kaninang pinakita kong graphics.
And baka we can work with the Committee on Education na i-overlap yung schools para yung medium-term development plan na nakalagay doon na expand equitable internet connectivity for all educational institutions, all levels.
Yes.
Parang unahin din natin yung mga GIDA na schools, no?
Actually, kinakausap na namin din niya si DepEd.
Okay.
Plano namin mga 2,000 schools na yung
Yeah. And I think there's a new
nilalatag.
Director General ng TESDA and he's as a governor sa area niya na hirap din yung connectivity. Baka magandang i-partner nyo rin kasi marami din silang alternative na educational programs ng TESDA. Baka maganda din.
So next slide, please. May presidential directive, kabitan namin yung DAR o yung beneficiaries ng agrarian reform. And DAR has given us the list of beneficiaries which consist of 9,313 barangays. Yung procurement namin this month, tatamaan namin mga 660 of those barangay. Next slide, please.
Again, Yusek, let me commend you lang na sinama nyo to and of course the Office of the President. And nung confirmation ni Secretary Conrad Estrada, no, ang sabi nga niya, gusto niya ng bagong approach talaga sa agrarian reform communities and beneficiaries. Baka we can have another sit down with with DTI kasi meron silang shared facilities funds. DSWD dahil meron silang SLP, Sustainable Livelihood Program. And then with DOLE dahil meron silang tupad, no? Agrarian reform na lang, hindi na DA kasi yung DA at tupad pag pinagsama mo tupada 'yon eh. So dar na lang tayo. Baka we can sit down together kasi total kakabitan nyo na rin. Baka Yusek David, we can think of a program for them na hindi lang sila magso-social media sa connection. They can do some e-commerce with their...
Mr. Chair, actually, it's part of my discussion a while ago. Kasi the only way for us to really sustain also the internet connectivity is to put use cases, Mr. Chair. It's not just pang Facebook lang, pang YouTube lang. Kung kakargahan natin ng use cases, Mr. Chair, pangangalagaan talaga
What do
nila
you call it? Use cases?
use cases nung kasi
So how do you define use cases?
so imagine that pag may wifi yung area na yon, nalagyan, ano bang gamit nun?
Okay.
Ano ba, pang
So-
Facebook lang ba?
So not entertainment lang, may educational, may
Yes.
health. So like yung e-consulta sa doktor and then
Yes.
e-commerce, yeah.
Yes.
But I think si Secretary Conrad nga was talking about certain convergences. But with this, baka nga pwede tayo mag-test ng ilan communities or 'di ba? Na tulungan natin whatever, benta yung products nila through e-commerce, but we'll use DTI's funds for shared facilities, then we can have puhunan from DSWD yung SLP, 'di ba? Then ang sinasuggest ko sa kanila para hindi sayang yung oras ng farmers, bigyan nila ng tupad for 10 days pero mag-attend sila ng workshop at ng seminar with the money given to them. If you can recommend ilan gida na agrarian reform beneficiary area, Yusek Angelo, I'll get the agencies together. We can use the committee. Tapos let's do something para before nyo i-renew next year, meron talagang nangyaring sa e-commerce, no?
And then going to RHUs, which is also a presidential directive, doon sa mga projects namin na ipoprocure this month, 830 RHUs ang tatamaan namin Pero we estimated the total, it's around 26,000. Binilang na rin namin yung mga public hospitals.
Yeah. Well, the new secretary was very prominent during the pandemic, 'di ba? At medyo detailed din mag-isip. Baka i-approach din natin na yun nga, kinabitan natin, but can we have some I'm sure many of these RHUs walang doktor o kaya rotating yung doktor. And the e-consulta was very effective during the pandemic. In fact, ako until now, pagka yung medyo feeling, I try to be charismatic but actually I'm asthmatic eh. So minsan pag nararamdaman mo na pero ayaw mo pumuntang ospital, ang laking convenience na mag-Zoom ka na lang o mag-FaceTime sa doktor, di ba? Which sa private, meron talaga, but sa public, hindi. But baka we can work out with the new secretary some pioneering work, maybe 10, 20 RHUs. Kasi sayang na rin, kinabitan nyo. Let's show them what can be done. Kasi if you have a group of doctors here in Manila, di ba, at a certain time, let's say 8 to 12 lang, di ba, ng umaga, ang daling mag-connect sa mga RHUs na yun, especially kung konti pa lang naman, kung 10 o 20. Para as Yusek David said nga na makita nila na it's not just para makapag-Facebook yung mga nasa RHU na yon, pero magamit talaga. It's not only for their email communication with DOH. No? We're taking note naman para let's actually write the agencies and get them together. Or siguro let's put officially a small working group. One for the agrarian reform communities. And kayo na magsabi which number is manageable. Then we'll put a technical working group with DOH and siguro include natin PhilHealth dahil sila ang GOCC. Diba? Kasi especially kung nag-i-consulta, niresetahan, covered naman ng PhilHealth, hindi natin sinama ng PhilHealth. Ang feeling ng pasyente na konsulta nga, hindi ko pa rin mapapagamot. But kung kasama PhilHealth and we can convince them na kung DOH doctor naman yon at covered naman talaga yung gamot na yan, ay pwede na lang i-GCash yung pambili or whatever, we might come out with a program that actually works using the e-governance. So let's put those two together, yung agrarian reform and we'll just host a small off the air technical working group. But help me with the mechanics, Yusek Angelo and Yusek David, no?
Ayun nga po yung pwedeng bayaran ng PhilHealth yung consultation fee, yung mga gano'n ng mga doctors. And you have a full suite
Yeah.
of doctors.
And especially for
Available.
example, no, yung sabi nila dun sa anti-TB,
Mm.
pag suspect naman yung yung test pag yung phlegm at saka yung x-ray, I was told covered naman yun. Lalo halimbawa, teachers covered yon. So magandang nakalink na, 'di ba? DOH kayo sa free wifi nagkonsulta, pero bayad din yung diagnostics nila. Kasi kung hindi rin babayaran yung diagnostic, many Filipinos will not even, after the consulta, wala naman silang pambayad, hindi talaga pupunta ng ospital. But kung kasama PhilHealth sa program, and again, no, we're not going to do it in 100 sites naman eh. Kayo magsabi what's manageable, 5, 10, di ba?
And just to add, Mr. Chair, that's why the use case is very important. Imagine yung mga PhilHealth members, ang alam lang nila membro sila, pero they don't know the benefit. Example on the e-governance app na nilaunch natin recently, yung mga notification na, oh, may PhilHealth ka, ito yung mga benefit mo. May e-consulta ka, etc., etc. And we need Wi-Fi to have that
I
access, Mr.
totally agree with you, but I actually put a rider sa Pulse Asia some time ago. Less than 70% know that they're members of PhilHealth. So right now, at kung may nakikinig na mga Pilipino sa ating hearing, everyone, lalo indigents, are automatically members. Pag employed ka sa private, you're required. Pag employed ka sa government, you're required. Self-employed, syempre, dapat kayo. Pero lahat ng indigents, automatic kayo. In fact, you can go straight to the hospital or the clinic na pwedeng dun kayo mag-register. Pero I don't have the exact statistic now. I don't know if it was 65 or 54%, but less than 70% think that they're members. So hopefully with this free Wi-Fi, that's why sabi ko nga kung pwede rin mag-add. Nakikita ko ang PhilHealth before, I don't know now, but before nag-ads din sila. So, di ba, pwede nang magkaroon ng synergy na mag-add na kayo dito sa may free Wi-Fi. Kikita pa yung nagpapatakbo, and can help you meet your targets by 2028, no? Sige po. So RHUs then?
Siguro it's early to to say this, pero tinitignan din namin may mga devices din na pwede ikabit sa to check your yung may mga ganun. I think it's developed in UP, yung mga ganun.
Yeah, with the Internet of Things, am I saying it right,
Oo.
Isaac, di ba?
Yes.
Pretty soon, ngayon ata sa Apple, di ba, may pang blood pressure na rin
Blood
sila.
pressure, yes.
Of course, yung Apple Watches may
Meron
blood
din sensor.
oxygen, may almost lahat ng nache-check sa akin ng asawa ko, nache-check na rin ng relo ko. Oo. Almost all. Almost all.
Yes, thank you. Next slide, please. Yeah. Ayan. This is a video, ayan, showing the National Broadband Plan naman. It's supplementary to the free Wi-Fi program. This is actually a fiber optic backbone throughout the country. So yung phase 1 is connection from Lawag to Roses. Pero before the phase 1, nagkabit din kami ng Luzon Bypass infrastructure which connects LA, may submarine cable si Meta going to Baler. And it's already completed. Yung phase 1 is already 80% completed. Binibili na namin yung active components. And then, ang original plan is to have 1 phase per year. Pero this time, yung phase 2 and phase 3, pagsasamahin na namin this year for procurement na rin yun, it will go from Roses all the way to Davao. And phase 4 and 5, pagsasamahin na rin namin, we're looking at funding from World Bank na. Kaya pinagsama na namin. And then yung others are submarine cables among the major islands.
So Yusek, pag sinabi mong tapos na yung phase 1, operational na rin yan? Or you have to finish all phases bago mo
Hindi,
magamit?
operational na.
Operational na yan.
Yes. So,
So sa atin na disaster response, makakatulong na rin
yes,
yan.
yes,
So we don't have to rely lang sa private telcos.
that's correct. Ayun. So, ang master plan, high level, this is fiber optic. So, lahat na madadaanan na fiber optic, hindi na magre-rely doon sa free wifi program. Ito na yung gagamitin. So, yun yung long term.
And walang ano yan, di ba? Yung una kasing national broadband na nagkaroon ng skandalo, may parang issue na after a few years, hindi na magagamit yung equipment. So, but fiber optics, we predict that in the
15
next
years.
15 years yan
15
pa rin
years
naman. So, sustainable yan.
And we have an agreement, tripartite agreement with NGCP. Nag-upgrade naman sila parati nung fiber optics nila. So,
But yan, sa air pa rin or sa ilalim na?
halo.
Or both? Both
It's
na?
mixed,
Oo.
yes.
But let me really promote na sa ilalim kasi bagyuhin tayo di ba?
Yes,
So
yes,
kapag
that's correct.
bumaksat yung poste, in Manila lang naman na 24, 40, 12, 24, 48 hours nakakabit na di ba?
Yes, yes.
Sa ibang lugar, minsan 1 month,
Tagal.
2 weeks. So mas maganda rin talagang kahit mas magastos ng konti, underground or submarine na rin lahat, di ba?
Yung Luzon bypass infrastructure natin, yun, underground yun. Yeah. Okay. So next slide, please. Ayan. So ito po yung projections namin hanggang 2028. But internally, binigyan kami ng target na 2025 tapusin namin lahat to. No? But that's internal.
Pero malaking jump from 23 to 24, no?
Yes, kasi papasok na yung
Yung
phase
magagamit
1,
yun na yung
mabilis na
Okay.
magkabit eh.
Okay.
Oo.
Sige.
Ayan.
Sige, so
Oh,
siguro for your
thank
budget
you.
hearing for this year, kayo na magsabi whether dapat i-amend yung paggamit nung spectrum fee
User's fee. Yeah.
given na meron na kayo. And I mean, what's the least red tape and the most accessible use sa inyo for that, given na ito yung programa nyo. And remember, the budget hearing is a law by itself, but hindi pwedeng rider na we will amend yung RA na binabanggit mo sa use ng spectrum. So, I don't know kung may nag-file na ng amendment, but if i-recommend nyo nga yun, pati ng NTC, let us know. Para nga, tell us if it's better just to allot the 2 billion from the GAA and use that for something different. Diba? Of course, we have to work it out with DBM, but sa sobrang ganda ng programa. I mean, we're spending close to 900 billion now for the physical infrastructure. 128 billion of that is just maintenance. Another 180 billion is flood control. So you have about 300 billion that isn't new infrastructure in the DPWH. So if you're going to ask for less than 10 billion for the invisible infrastructure, I think it's very doable. I mean, it's simple math. Gagawa ka ng around 600 billion of new roads, bridges, etc. Kasi tinanggal ko na yung maintenance at saka yung flood control. So that's about 500-600 billion, di ba? Ano ba naman yung gumawa ka ng 10 to 20 billion na yung internet or yung digital infrastructure? No?
Siguro, Senator, cite ko lang yung ginawang study ng World Bank, World Economic Forum, at saka ITU. They had 3 separate independent studies. 10% increase in the coverage of internet translates to somewhere between 1.2 to 1.5% increase in GDP. So, may direct correlation po.
No, I may recommend, alam ko naman na may tier 1, tier 2 yan sa 'di ba? Pagka nag-submit ka sa DBM. Pero i-submit nyo lang kasi nga pagdating naman dito, kung i-consider na we have a very progressive economic team naman, si Sec Joc, no, si Sec Mina, but assuming for one reason or the other it falls in the cracks, we can correct it here 'di ba? Kasi for me parang 900 billion DPWH, eto kailangan mo ng 10 or 20 billion, napaka clear naman. And just like DPWH, to be fair to them, lahat naman gumagamit ng kalye. So katulad nung gagawin nyo naman, whether free or hindi, lahat naman gagamit ng digital infrastructure na tinatayo nyo di ba? Oo.
So next slide, please. I believe that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Yusek Angelo. We're a little bit behind time. I can blame the power outage, but actually we're taking our time kasi nga we have to know yung connectivity. So, sinong next natin?
Sir,
Thank you very much, DICT and NTC. Sige. So we'll go to the telcos. I know all of you claim to be number one. Having said that, who would like to go first? Mauna ang Globe dahil taga-Tagig. Ang smart na sa Makati. Nasaan ba ang ano? Dito. Tagig din? Okay. Sorry, sir. So I won't get your name wrong. Let me introduce our resource persons. From Philippine Cable Telecommunication Association, we have the chairperson, Mr. Cedric Sason, and then ang represented by Mr. Jose Luis Dabao. I met him kanina yan. Then from Globe, President Ernest Cu, represented by Engineer Emmanuel Lazaro Estrada, our Senior Vice President. From Smart PLDT Group, of course, Mr. Al Panlilio, represented by Attorney Kenneth Reganon, Senior Manager, Engineer Anthony Fernandez, Senior Manager, and Attorney Kevin Pangan, Senior Manager. Panay abogado at hindi engineer ang mga senior manager niyo sa Smart. And then dito, Mr. Dennis Uy, Chairperson, represented by abogado pa rin, Attorney Kenneth Roy Centillas, Policy Management, and then Mr. Joseph Reboledo, Manager, Acquisition and Permit. So mauna ba siya na? Engineer Rada? Yeah. Okay lang, sir.
Good afternoon po. Just give you an update of where we are in terms of the current build for Globe. Globe is a provider of both mobile broadband and fixed broadband. No? As of the end of April 2023, we had about 14,000 sites in NCR and in South Luzon. Yung total namin is about 14,000. Then naka-breakdown ito into the different areas. No? The biggest portion of which is also in NCR. What has happened was after the Bayanihan 2 law was enacted, we were able to ramp up our build from previously below 1,000 a year to now we're doing about 2,400 a year. Malaking bagay po ito. And in fact, we are lobbying that sana ma-extend yung buhay noong JMC na yon because right now I think it's going to expire anytime soon. And it's really a big help to all of the telcos, not just for Globe, that we're able to do it, and even for our road right-of-ways that we have.
Sorry, sir. GM?
JMC po yung Joint
JMC.
Memorandum Circular.
And ang mag-extend doon, NTC?
Hindi po kasi ano po to joint memorandum circular po ito. And I think it is now with there's now an executive order that's pending that's supposed to be approved also by the president himself. And the PISAC has actually endorsed it already. So has NTC. So we believe
Okay.
it's very helpful for all
Yeah.
of industry.
So the agencies involved have endorsed it naman. So
Yes,
just
sir.
waiting for the
Yes, sir.
final decision.
Yes, sir. So, yun yung, kasi mangyayari, mag-expire yung Bayanihan Tulo, I think, kailan yun? Sa September. So, if that expires, then it will go back to the previous regime na ang dami nating red tape na tinatahi bago tayo makapag-build ng cell site. No? And even the tower companies are also benefiting for this one.
Yeah.
The other work together so that we can cut through all this. In many countries, for example, in Singapore, they have instituted a code of practice for ICT infrastructure. And the code is actually adapted similar to the National Building Code. This is that sa kanila kasi, you cannot get you are required as a property developer to put in the access facilities for the ICTs and the telcos and even for cable TV. The same case in Hong Kong, the same case in China. In China, I don't think you can even get an occupancy permit if you don't have the facilities ready. And why do you need that? Because connectivity is now very fundamental and basic. Importante
sir,
po yun.
Basically, amendment sa building code yan.
Yes, sir.
Yeah.
In fact, there is some discussions already with the DPWH on that. There's a pending bill in Congress, House Bill 900, that seeks to amend the building code. Kasi the building code, yung unang-unang building code, yung 6514, I think was way back before even martial law. There was an amendment by PD na 1096 in 1977. In
I'll confirm
1976,
that
wala pa
medyo
naman
matagal
internet.
na yung building code natin at marami ng questions.
Yes, sir.
And for the information of the public, kaya nabanggit ni Sir Estrada yung DPWH, it's actually DPWH na chief implementer ng building code except that naka-delegate sa building official ng cities.
Yes, sir.
So it's actually the cities that give you the building permit, but it's delegated under the DPWH. So the DPWH can actually insist on certain, but as you said, pag naging creative, whether by ordinance or by sariling regulation, but kung maklaro nga sa building code, that should be good. But so we'll look at the House bill, but if you have
Yes, sir.
inputs then between all the telcos,
Yes.
give it to us then kasi time talaga i-update yung yung even kasi yung retention ng water sa mga buildings, yung
Wastewater
pagiging
treatment
green
po.
ng buildings.
Mm-mm.
Maraming ganun, wala pa sa building code. Kasi nung ginawa yung building code, kahit Metro Manila, sobrang dami pang lupa nun and yung technology was still different, di ba? Yung sensitivity sa environment was different. No?
Correct, sir. Yung current building codes kasi centers on safety. But there are now such things already as wastewater treatment, reduction of carbon gas emissions, and then of course connectivity. Yung what of the biggest ask is for the infrastructure for telecommunications to be treated similarly to electricity and water. Kasi ngayon, pagka nag-build up ng building, kasama na yung para sa electricity mo, sa tubig mo. Pag pumasok yung Meralco doon, o pumasok doon yung Maynilad o Manila Water, hindi naman sinisingil yun eh. Ang nangyayari ngayon, parang yung property developers are charging the telcos to put up the facilities. And if they will put up the facilities, ililis naman sa'yo. And that's where we found the model in Singapore that does not actually allow that. It's a good practice. We can share with you some of those materials and even what we are thinking in terms of proposals for the National Building Code, sir.
Thank you for that, sir. We appreciate that. I think that would be a big help talaga.
Well, then there's also some interesting information that we have. No,
Sir, may I ask, kung government facility, the same ang experience nyo or hindi? So sa private, naintindihan natin, di ba? Kasi less gastos din sa developer yon.
Yep.
They also have to make a profit. But let's say, for example, the Senate will have a new 7 billion peso building. I wonder kung,
BGC.
kung nilagyan na namin yon or kung, I mean, not that specifically, but when government does put us buildings, sa experience nyo ba, ganun din? It's the telcos who put it up or?
Experience ko dyan when I was civil engineering. In the case of DICT, during the time of Attorney Salalima, when we were asked to come in, hindi naman kami siningil eh, but we were using the building. Unfortunately, the DICT building is part of the Open University, no, yung dating NCC yun eh. No, with regards to the new Senate building that's being built in BGC, I have no visibility as of yet. But we do not encounter, I think, as much problem as we have for as long as the government owns the facility. In NTC, when Smart and Globe put up the facility for indoor coverage, hindi kami siningil ng NTC. Although, of course, we have to abide by the requirements for access and entry and security and all that.
And maliit naman din ang percentage ng government compared sa private, no?
Well, we previously had a program kasi one of the foundations also for e-governance is that the government should also have the connectivity that's there.
Yeah.
And we believe that it should be a partnership between the DICT and the private sector to make sure that the connectivity works.
But we will actually ask DPWH kasi marami ngayon halimbawa mga coliseum, gyms being built by DPWH, di ba? I'll ask them whether, or this committee will ask them whether they require na dun sa pagbinid nila na ready na for pagpasok nung internet. What's the right way to say it? So
Well, digital
like,
connectivity per se.
digital connectivity. So sabihin ko, same as water and electricity,
Yes, sir.
are the buildings bidded out na may access na for digital connectivity?
Opo.
No? Yeah.
And that will be very helpful to all of the industry actually, sir. Okay, so in terms of fixed broadband lines, we have installed about 5.23 million, of which about 3.75 is for fiber. And the balance is the legacy DSL, no, yung 1.48. In terms of homes passed, I think we have about roughly about 8 million homes passed. Kasi yung how we measure access to fiber is not in terms of how many kilometers of fiber that you have actually laid out, because that does not mean anything, at least from an ITU perspective. What ITU is using for some measurement is number of homes passed and internet connections as well. No? So yun. Now, just to highlight also the impact of the ARTA joint memorandum circular, about 5,800 to 6,000 wireless permits were actually secured because of the ARTA law in a very short period of time, where previously we couldn't even get to 1,000 permits in a year. No? About 2,000 wireline permits were also added as part of the Bayanihan initiative under the JMC, and 4,000 additional wireline signs were built from the period 2020 to 2022. So can you imagine, from previously we were failing to meet even 1,000 a year because of all of the bottlenecks there, then we now are able to build more. In fact, for the first quarter of the year, we built almost about 500 already. So if you multiply that by 4 quarters, we'll build another 2,000 in this year. And then what we are trying to untangle right now, and there was a short workshop with ARTA recently, was how we will be able to put electricity to this build. Kasi what we're facing right now is you're able to build the tower, but then they could not connect you with electricity. And my colleagues here will also second me on that one, because I believe that's another issue.
Sir, question. All of this that you're saying, di ba, yung licenses, yung kuryente, may effect sa price yan, di ba? So meaning, assuming you have more towers, you more subscribers, then you can also give the services theoretically at a cheaper price.
Well,
diba?
there's a capex and operational cost involved din kasi,
Yeah.
sir. So you have to factor that in to be able to assess
Yeah,
how
and of
much
course, for
reduction in
example, if
cost that
walang
you're able to
kuryente
do.
doon or less towers or generator gamit nyo, mas mahal talaga.
Yes.
So ipapasa nyo rin ng mas mahal, di ba? Kasi
Yes.
one of the issues is the
Yes.
price.
Later
I just
on, we
wanted
can-
to
yeah.
point out that if government makes it easier for you guys, we can also lean on you to have a more reasonable price. But kung
Yes,
ang taas
correct.
din ng operational at capital capex at opex nyo, natural, kung malulugi kayo, sasara din kayo, wala rin
service.
connectivity, di ba?
Yes, sir.
No.
No service din po. Ayun po. Okay, so I think yun yung key points that we wanted to talk to you about, no. May mga ibang items pa, like for example yung what does it really cost to deliver the service. A bigger portion of that kasi, no, is the cost of infrastructure. About 50% of a common build is cost of towers and cellular facilities. But the common tower actually sold that for us. So previously, that's about 50% of the total cost. The next cost driver will be your cost of electricity, kasi we have the highest cost of electricity in the region. This consists about almost 20 to 22% of the operational cost. And the DICT people will also know this, that that's also one of the costs that you have to also worry about in terms of providing the service. When you look at it comparatively in the Southeast Asia region, our electricity is about 68% more expensive than electricity in Malaysia. More expensive in Vietnam by 62%, 42% more expensive than electricity in Indonesia. Ito po yung mga cost drivers natin eh. No? And then yung susunod natin na issue is also trying to manage the lease on the cell sites. And while we have the tower companies right now, there's still a couple of sites that we are still not run by or over the tower companies. No? And we hope that we will be able to rationalize this cost. Ngayon, fairly recently also, kanina na-mention yung tungkol dun si SUF. What we wanted to also let you know is that we might need to review the SUF regime, the Spectrum Users Fee regime. Kasi the current regime, which was established in 1997, I don't know if graduate ka na ba ng 1997? No, my student, no? So, when you come to think of it, how it's structured is that it penalizes the use of more spectrum-efficient technologies. Give an example. 5G requires larger bandwidth to deliver the throughputs and the capacity. But the current spectrum regime, spectrum usage fee regime for 5G is a function of the bandwidth that you're using multiplied by the total number of sites. But in order to, kanina pinag-usapan natin, how many sites do you need to serve one tower for every 500? The moment you multiply that, roughly, and with the SUF regime, then it becomes very expensive overall. So we have to review it in such a manner that you're still able to fund the pre-Wi-Fi projects. We will come to that in a minute. But yet make it reasonable for us to roll out. Kasi the more you build in order to provide better quality, better capacity, more services, the higher the SUF goes. But the technology actually should be able to address that. Ang problema, 1997 pa yung SUF regime.
Yeah.
In 1997, there was no 4G, there was no 3G, there was
Sir,
no...
although sa public services babaksak yan, please feel free, lalo kung industry recommendation yon and lalo kung NTC. Kasi tingnan mo naman sa NTC, as long as you, di ba, I mean, from the collection side, you wanna keep the collection, you wanna keep it open. But as you said, sa incentive side, it's a digital age, information age. So you want nga an incentive for people to use it. But kung magiging disincentive, parang may disconnect talaga
Yes, sir.
between the policy and the, you know, and the objective, no, which is nga na people go digital. So if there's an industry recommendation, let me know. We can include it in our report and then also talk to Senator Grace to prioritize kung kailangan, di ba? But I think yun lang naman ang ano ng gobyerno parate. Just like talking to BIR and Customs, or to the LGUs, they're willing to relook at the regime because if it incentivize or disincentivize for as long as yung collection naman will not take a deep blow naman. No? But I hear you kasi when we had 97, 98 ako naging congressman eh. At that time, libre pa ang text message nyo kasi hindi natin alam na magiging, it was still a value-added service noon, no? Hindi natin alam na magiging text capital ang Pilipinas given na marami din tayong OFWs. So at that time, we weren't really thinking of phones with cameras and then streaming and then all of this e-consulta, e-commerce, e-governance, di ba? Yeah. Thank you very Sir, you just said something about the tower. So tama ba yun? The rule of thumb or the ideal is 500 subscribers per tower? Tama ba yun?
The average right now is in most other areas, no, yung ideal average na practical is about 1:800, 1:700.
Okay.
No, and
That's the tower, that's not the, hindi yun yung site nung telco.
hindi kasi yung sa tower is just the infrastructure. You have to also consider what the electronics is installed in the tower.
Yeah.
If
So
you
when
put
you say 1:800, are you referring to the tower or to yung mechanism nung
It's
telco?
actually the mechanism
Nung
behind
telco.
that. Oh.
So parang if Dito, Smart, and Globe have their mechanism there, it's 1:800 per subscriber per telco,
Per
di ba?
telco po.
Yeah, yeah. So if
Depend-
lahat kayo meron, then it's not 1 to 2,400 but 1 to 2,800 per
Yes,
subscription,
yes.
no? Ito yung para hindi humina yung kanilang, what's the right
It's
term?
the
Bandwidth?
throughput.
Sorry.
Yung kanilang experience itself.
Yes, yes. Ito yung sinasabi ni Senator Robin last hearing na tinatanong kay Yusek Almirol na yung gumagamit ng booster sa Muslim Mindanao na parang yung walang booster na nanakawan ng, is it tama? Bandwidth ba? What do you call it? Or signal or?
Nauubos
It's
lang
the bandwidth.
yung
Bandwidth.
bandwidth nauubos,
Bandwidth,
Mr. Chair.
Yeah. So
Mm.
Vietnam is at 756 users per tower. Thailand is 991. Tayo are 4,000, no? But this is average, no? I guess in certain urban areas it's lower than this, no?
Well, if I put back my engineering hat on, kasi ngayon nasa legal ako eh.
Sorry sir, nasa legal ka.
The real
So ang engineers ngayon nasa legal, ang attorneys nasa engineering ba ng mga telcos? Sa bagay, abogado ako, hearing naman digital. So baka talagang iba na mundo, engineer.
Well, how you normally do it is you don't get empirical ratio like 1:500. Kasi depending, you have to do a more granular drive down on a per area that you're serving basis. You normally compute the number of customers, you multiply this by the usage per subscriber, and then you make a computation based on the technology that you're choosing, how many is actually ideal to do that. And then you map it with the target quality of service and experience that you're doing. So it's a little more complex than that, although
So I hear you.
ballpark figure.
So as an example, 'di ba, let's say isang area na panay WhatsApp, Viber ang ginagamit nila compared sa isang area na
Streaming.
lahat sila ma-HBO, ma-Netflix. Syempre, hindi pareho yung 500 users doon.
Yes, sir.
But for the sake nung planning, malayo pa tayo sa ideal.
We are still on the way there.
Oh, we're on the way
Malayo
there.
pa.
Okay.
Even the United
Yeah,
Nations.
some work to be done.
indexes it.
Some work to be
We're
done.
getting there. Another example, sir. For example, yung sa Wi-Fi. Wi-Fi technology. Yung Wi-Fi 6, kanina sinasabi nila, we can support about 250 no, per Wi-Fi AP. When in the older technologies, yung mga Wi-Fi AC lang, the good throughput is about what we normally use as a planning perspective. So 1 AP, dual radio should support about 160. So that then you can have the target throughput. Of course, the usage patterns will be different in the provinces than in the cities. So therefore, you might still be able to accommodate 250 using the activity factor, so to speak. Yung mga ganon. So it's a little more complicated, Senator.
Thank you very much. Sir, pag natapos lahat ng telco, I'll go back to one question.
Sige po.
Related na hindi, yung sa consumer lang. Kasi nga, but let's let Globe and Dito speak, but I'll go back to the three. Kasi nga yung tanong sa akin nung mga kaibigan ko, nung nalaman nila na mag-hearing, yung speed at saka pagka-down yung internet, bakit daw sila nagbabayad pa nung the whole month? So I was gonna ask you lang, what are the telcos doing to address that? To make sure na if you guarantee this speed, you don't charge us that amount if you cannot deliver that speed. And yun nga, pag down talaga at hindi kasalanan nung ano, can he say, so let's say it's down half of the month, but it's usually down like 1 or 2 days lang. But assuming lang, it's down 1 week, do they pay for the whole month? But I'll go back so that it's a question to everyone. It's not just a question to one. No? So who'd go next? PLDT Smart, Attorney Kenneth.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for inviting Smart. So just quick stats lang dun sa wireless network po namin. As of the first quarter, we have 76,500 base stations. 38,000 of these are 4G. Yung 3G namin, 17,000. 5G, nasa 7,200. In terms of speed naman, based on Ookla, ito yung third party na company that is measuring the speed of internet service providers. Yung Philippines po, merong median download speed for mobile at 25.27 Mbps. For Smart, we're actually higher than the Philippine median. Nasa 33.39 po ang Smart Mbps. But of course, we're not contented with that performance. We want to be at least at par with our yung mga like countries like South Korea and so on, yung matataas talaga yung internet speed. And to get there, of course, we will continue to be aggressive with our rollout. For the information of the committee, yung telecom industry talaga, it's really a very intensive industry. For example, for PLDT, last year umabot ng 96 billion yung capex namin, and for this year we will continue to be aggressive in terms of capex. Siguro nasa 80.85 billion in terms of capex spending. Yung ratio ng capex to service revenue nasa ano yan, nasa mga 50%, 49%, papuntang 60% yung telcos. I suppose ganun din yung experience nung ibang telco players in the industry. So, and number two, we also would want to lobby for the introduction or at least the continuation of the good policies of the government. For example, yung sa common tower policy, we're very much thankful that it was introduced by the ICT, yung common tower policy that paved the way for us to reduce our costs. We actually engaged tower companies regarding the sale and leaseback of our towers. So with that, we were able to focus more on quality of service rather than capex. Pangalawa, yung nabanggit kanina, yung sana magkaroon ng permanent policy dun sa JMC na binabanggit kanina, yung joint circular ni na ARTA, DICT, DPWH, which streamlined the processes in terms of permitting sa ICT infrastructure. So sana po magkaroon ng permanent na policy para hindi maputol yung mga magandang
Attorney, just on that point, dahil binanggit na rin ni Engineer Estrada, sir, doon din ba magandang ipasok na yung dapat sa building permits? Kasi kung kasama naman sa joint DPWH or gugulo pa? Or would one line there saying that, the DPWH should ensure that building, etc. You don't have to answer now, but think about it. Minsan kasi it's convenient to put it in the same joint memo, pero baka
Mr. Chair.
tumagal pa o... Yeah, go ahead.
Mr. Chair.
So si Asek Paraiso.
Mr. Chair, just on that particular point, I think the EO is already finalized when it comes to the extension of the Bayanihan to Heal as One Act. But when it comes to the streamlining, I think we're already in discussion. And to your point, Mr. Chair, various agencies are included, including DPWH. I think also yung DSUD when it comes to permitting dun sa mga various villages. I think it's a whole of government approach when it comes to streaming.
Siguro yun lang, if we can take note nung sinabi ni engineer na because nga luma na yung building code, baka pwedeng magkaroon ng regulation in the meantime habang hindi pa ina-amend yung code. Kasi I think DPWH and the building officials are allowed to do that na I know for a fact by ordinance you can, kasi like if you look at BGC, BGC is above building code because we passed an ordinance, the city passed an ordinance, and then meron na agency with the city and with the private sector, kaya pati yung environmental, pati yung FAR, pati yung density kasama na, hindi lang safety. So meaning, kung mag-i-insist ka magtayo ng building doon, kumukuha ka ng building permit, sabihin mo, building code to, mas mahigit pa hinihingi nyo. Hindi, because the ordinance added that. But if you can add in terms of safety, environment, you can also add in terms of convenience, no, which is yung, so of course, another way to do it is for the DILG to have a memorandum to LGUs for that. But baka pinakamadali DPWH kasi sila talaga ang ang keeper ng building code
Well,
Bring
Mr.
up na lang natin.
Mr. Chair, I think also the DILG is included in that particular
But I see his point, diba? Na sa dami ng bagong condo, bagong subdivision, they're going into areas where dati unheard of na may 50 hectare, 200 hectare development. And it's just like making a house, di ba? It doesn't make sense na may tubig, kuryente, you're ready to move in, biglang, sir, paano ang cable at saka internet? Kailangan mag-rewire. Di ba? Parang napaka-inconvenient na pwede naman pala isama nung ginagawa mo palang yung wiring, no? Oh. Go ahead, Attorney Kenneth. Sorry for the interruption.
And likewise, Mr. Chair, we're also lobbying for the rationalization or reduction of regulatory fees for infrastructure in the ICT. as for example, yung mga tower fees po ng mga na sinisingil ng mga LGUs, it varies po depende sa LGU, and we feel that it's becoming unreasonable. Apart from those tower fees, pati po yung SUF na sinisingil for telcos, it's also becoming really expensive for us. I think for last year, for Smart, we paid around 2.2 billion in SUF. Tapos meron pong pricing methodology where the more sites you build, the more SUF that we're paying. So
I'll help you out lang in terms of baka kasi ma-criticize kayo ng, well, if you made 25 billion, parang 50 billion ba
Yeah.
last year ang telcos or 60 or 50. So if you made 25 billion, ano ba naman yung 2 billion spectrum fee? But since this isn't a tax, it's a fee. It's added on to the
Yes,
to
yes.
the, so meaning the reduction of that actually helps consumers.
yes.
Yeah. It doesn't, I mean, it doesn't help kasi unlike tax, like income tax, sa inyo ibabawas dapat yon eh. Diba?
Yes,
Sa
Mr. Chair.
kita. So if you lobby for less income tax, which we did naman in the package during Duterte time, it actually yung kumpanya ang nakikinabang. But in this case, pag nabawasan yung spectrum fee, actually nakikinabang yung consumer, no? Oo. Kasi fees are passed on, eh, di ba? Tama ba? Yeah. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yeah. Tama. Okay. Sige.
So, if yung sa amin lang, Mr. Chair, if possible lang to kasi we believe that the fees should be commensurate to the cost of regulation. So, kahit lang rationalize, ma-review yung ibang circulars po ng, for example, ni NTC on SUF, we would really appreciate it for the telco sector.
I'll give you a tip lang sa pag-present yun ng industry stand dyan. So like Taguig, when we didn't have much headquarters, di ba? We actually sat down with some of your bosses here and we looked at the tax base. And for as long as kahit ibaba, kasi di ba making something na mas mababa is better than 100% of 0%. So when we fix the tax code, ang daming headquarters na lumipat sa Taguig. So since sa inyo, lumalaki naman ang tax basis kasi the more customers you have and the more usage ng customer nyo, lumalaki din naman. So the way you present it sa regulatory fees is that hindi naman mababawasan yung fees nyo per se kasi lumalaki naman kami. So, di ba? So in that sense that because if change shoes naman, di ba? If you were the NTC Commissioner, Attorney Kenneth, syempre nag-aalala ka rin na makikipag-agawan ka sa DBM, yun ang problema sa invisible infrastructure eh. Di ba? Ang gusto talaga so far ng tao, yung makita na pag sinabi nung whoever, may pinagawa ako sa bayan natin at hindi kita, ang hirap ipaliwanag. Pero pag kalye yan, covered court, post-harvest facilities, ang daling ipakita. Di ba? That's why we have to be creative like in that use of the spectrum free. Kasi nga, in another country, it will be very clear. 900 billion ang DPWH. Magkano ba ginagastos natin sa IT? Di ba? It's very clear for IT infrastructure. But sa atin, we're getting there pa lang, to use the word ni Engineer Estrada. We're getting there, no? So people are starting to realize na may gastos yung invisible infrastructure. And with the invisible infrastructure, as you said, Yusek Angelo, no? Ang laki ng, can you repeat that? For every 10% increase yung
10% increase in internet connectivity translate to 1.2 to 1.5% increase in GDP.
napakalaki nun.
Yeah.
Napakalaki nun. Okay. Sige. So we'll go to, are you done, Attorney? Thank you very much. So,
Your Honor,
dito. Yeah.
just to add, no, for the fixed broadband business of PLDT, same is true with regard to the problem on fees. We laud the efforts made by the ARTA, the ICT on rationalizing permits. However, Your Honor, aside from permits, really the problem on the ground are fees. On our end, Your Honor, we wrote a letter.
Sorry, can you repeat that? The problem with underground?
The problem, Your Honor, really, aside from permits, are fees. fees, not only regulatory fees, but Your Honor, permitting fees. On our end, we wrote the BLGF, Bureau of Local Government Finance, and they should, because kasama rin po yung homeowners sa minsan hindi kami maka-roll out inside subdivisions and developments. So if really, Your Honor, if there would be rationalization of or policies that would be imposed on fees, that would definitely help telcos on their rollout.
So to clarify, you're not asking na wala. You're just asking na, can I use the word uniform? Na
Yes.
parang may standard regulation everywhere.
Yes, sir.
Kung magkano, kung saan, kung paano, kung safety yan, safety, kung location, location. Para lang hindi magulo yung pag-aayos nung...
That's correct, Mr. Chair. Kasi po, for example, meron pong adjacent na mga towns, yung isa for the same fee, nagbabayad yung isa ng nagbabayad kami ng 10,000 sa isa, and then the adjacent ones 50,000. So
And all of this affect what you charge your consumers, di ba?
Yes.
Kasi nga, cost yan. Eh, di ba?
Apo, Mr. Chairman. So, and of course, we support the previously those that were manifested. We really need to extend the JMCs and other policies that would help telcos on their rollout. So that's it po. Thank you.
So the representative ng dito?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. So before I turn over this to our engineer, who is our man on the ground, we wish to state that Dito is in a unique position because when we made our bid as the third major player, we have committed ourselves under penalty of the forfeiture of our bond to reach a certain coverage, population coverage. For example, this is our 4th year of business. We have to cover 80% of the population. 75%. And then to answer your earlier question about speeds, we also have committed to reach a certain speed. For example, in our case, it would be 55 Mbps. So this is why we are, during the meetings at the House level, we have committed to support the faster internet bill because it doesn't really affect us because we already have a certain speed to follow under our CPCN. So for the specific...
But
Yes.
may I ask, how do you check it? Kasi nga, I won't mention the provider, but internet to, hindi telco, no? So they guaranteed the city a certain speed. Pero nung chinek, ang layo. Tapos nung tinanong yung kausap, alam pala nila na malayo. Yung, kasi daw may kulang pa sa infrastructure and everything. Pero so ibig sabihin, di ba, it's a matter of warranty, eh, di ba? If you tell me you're gonna sell me a car na 4 na gulong, then I found out 3, di ba? Then I go back to you, alam mo naman pala 3. So like, do all the providers, periodically check? It happened to me also sa bahay, na every time magko-complain ako, they'll check it. Then sometime, may dala silang pang-measure eh. So makikita nila, hindi yung speed. Then may adjust sila, ibabalik na naman. No? So I know this is more of a consumer, but many people who are watching us and depending on us, yan ang tanong eh. Di ba yung number 1 tanong, gaganda ba signal sa amin? Then yun, pangalawang tanong, are we gonna get the speed that was promised? No, I was gonna ask all of you, but since you're the last and you brought it up, para pabalik, no. So it's like sa dito, is it a policy to continually check it, and for example lang, no, someone let's say from Caloocan, and he was using it in Quezon City, and tingin niya mabilis. Pagdating niya sa Caloocan or pagdating niya sa Valenzuela or nasa Bulacan siya bumagal, can they call you and check? Can they call the company and say na mabagal dito?
So in our case, Mr. Chair, we do have a third-party independent auditor as part of our commitments under the CPCN to check our speeds.
Let me quickly ask that. Sa Globe at Smart, ganun din? May independent auditor or internally you check yung...
For Globe, we have a service management department that actually does the checking. And we also use third-party independent like Ookla and OpenSignal for this purpose.
Same for PLDT, Your Honor. Mixed. There's internal and ano.
But for all three, that's part of your consumer service, no? Kung tingin nilang mabagal compared sa guaranteed speed, they can call your customer service and ask that it be checked, no? And that won't be charged against them, no? Okay. Continue.
So, Mr. Chair, if I may, I will transfer the discussion to our engineer, Joseph Rebolado, for the specific numbers, specific concerns about towers. But I believe that our sentiment is actually the same as Globe and Smart. So, engineer.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. In terms of
Sir,
connectivity,
hindi mo pa sinagot yung tanong ni Engineer Estrada. Graduate ka na ba nung 97 nung pinasa yung batas na yun?
actually, si Engineer Estrada is really the original mentor of the telecom industry. Anyway, Mr. Chairman, to continue, Dito has received its franchise in 2019, and we are on our fourth year of being audited coming this July 8th. So that would be our fourth year, and we have committed to serve 75% of the population coverage. And to do that, we have decided to implement wireless infrastructure since 2020. And we have continuously passed the first 3 years of audit from 2021. And we are very confident that we will pass this July 8th internal audit. So as of now, in our fourth year of network build and second year of commercial operation, we have completed or constructed 7,364 towers with about 6,648 towers integrated into the network and are operational. About 1,850 of these towers also provide 5G connectivity, and we have also built cloud data centers numbering to 142 nationwide. That includes 2 supercores and 8 regional data centers. The 2 supercores is supposed to be a redundant supercore, one in Clark and one in Batangas City. At this early, we have also built our first submarine cable already with 12 segments connecting the major islands. And we are on our second phase of rolling out our second submarine cable network to connect more islands into the network. So right now we have about 77% population coverage, and we are lighted up in about 811 municipalities and cities around the Philippines. But yeah, these are all just wireless services based on 4G and 5G technology, including FWA or fixed wireless access.
Before we go to Mr. Davao ng PCTA, kasi I'd like to ask them, aside from kung meron silang gustong idagdag about unserved and underserved areas. Again, just for the Globe Smart and Dito. So in terms of yung dagdag nung sites, no, and yung pag-improve, you actually submit that, no, every year? Is it sa NTC ba or sa stock exchange, dun sa listed, or, you know, so, I mean, I don't want to go to the technical and details, but I do know na may targets kayo every year, di ba, sa pag-improve ng services ko. So, yung gobyerno may target din kayo, no? So, kung may magre-research niyan or may regulatory body, is it NTC din yan?
Your Honor, for our case dito, we are required to submit our progress quarterly to NTC as part of our franchise milestone or mandates.
It's the same.
Sa inyo po, sa Globe at Smart. Same na. So, namo-monitor naman ng NTC na, you know, if they're improving in terms of the site and infrastructure, no?
Mr. Chair, they submit, yes, we confirm that they submit reports. But insofar as the actual location of these sites or the towers, we don't have an idea as of the moment. It depends on the location of the building permits that they will.
Sorry. Sorry for that. Yeah, yung context lang naman sa akin, 'di ba? I mean, in reality, of course, you will defend your company, and in reality naman, you are making progress, but also there are complaints. So I just wanted to assure yung mga nanonood that there are agencies monitoring that and pushing you to make sure nga na despite the problems and struggles that you're facing, whether it's high electricity price, whether it's over-regulation, whether it's inconsistent policies, di ba? Dumadagdag nga tong mga sites at infrastructure, di ba? What will be the effect of yung national broadband? Of course, in terms of access, dadami yung access, but will it compete but with the telcos or supplement or ano bang? So will the government be competing with them, or anong view ng gobyerno doon?
Actually, Mr. Chair, it will really complement. In fact, by next year, we have a project on the e-governance side, Mr. Chair, the e-gov map. To e-gov map meaning in a view of the whole country. So uukit doon yung lahat ng meron ng telco, kung nasan sila, then pati din yung national broadband plan natin. Hindi lang po telecom, Mr. Chair, pati po yung mga roads ng DPWH, pati po yung mga irrigation natin, pati po yung mga location ng opisina ng mga government offices. So now, for the first time, we'll have like a general view of the whole mapping.
So in practical terms, no, for example, let's say you pick a SUC na may free Wi-Fi and you're using the national broadband system. So in the sense na if I'm a Globe o Smart or Dito subscriber, I'll just switch to Wi-Fi kasi libre dun sa akin university, 'di ba? But I do not unsubscribe naman to them. Pero pag uwi ko na walang free Wi-Fi sa akin or nagko-commute, I just go back to data. So in that sense, you're not competing. But in the sense that free yung Wi-Fi doon, you can say supplement, pero may competition din. And in terms na many of our subscribers are not really equipped to pay for a only plan, that would be very helpful, di ba? Na in hospitals, in health clinics, and in may free Wi-Fi, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's very correct. Yes, may competition, pero maganda so that we have an overview na kung nasan yung malakas sila. Kasi minsan baka naman we're trying to implement Wi-Fi sa area na ang dami na palang nandun na pala lahat, no? So imagine na makikita natin ngayon na itong area na to walang-wala at all, 'di ba? At least the government will have a better decision making where to prioritize. Kasi may mga GIDA sites na rin na malakas ang doon, ang Globe, malakas din ang Smart, mayroon ding dito rito. So kasi baka nagsasayang tayo minsan ng ginagawa na yung kinakargahan pala natin ng Wi-Fi, meron naman na pala sa mga area na 'yon. So
Siguro one good example din na tanong nung maraming governors or mayors na gusto nila magkaroon ng call center industry sa kanila, given that driver yung call center industry. I mean, it's a driver for real estate, for example, di ba? Kasi if you have 400, 500 employees, it's a driver for yung mga convenience stores and everything. So there are many reasons why they like Metro Manila, Metro Cebu, Metro Davao. But Baguio City, let's say, for example, di ba? But one of the sinasite minsan is that hindi nga kasi singlakas yung connectivity sa ibang area, kaya hindi sila makapunta doon. And since call center sila, connectivity nga talaga ang So how are we approaching that, for example? Will NTC, let's say DICT, pass that to the telco since kikita naman sila dahil call center yon, or do you just take it upon itself na pag mahina doon dadaanan ng national broadband yon? I'm looking from the policy point of view.
Well, from the policy of the ICT, Mr. Chair, it would always be the primemost policy of national government to improve connectivity, strengthen connectivity. That means better connections, stronger signals, specifically for the purpose that you said, Mr. Chair, when it comes to generating jobs, better education. That is the policy drive of the ICT and the whole of government. But going back to the point of visibility when it comes to connection, that's why in our previous hearings, Mr. Chair, we did thank this committee for proposing Intel funds for the ICT because we do not have visibility when it comes to
Sa
connection.
dami nga na napag-usapan natin, yun yung nadyaryo eh.
Thank you, sir. But because, Mr. Chair, to the point, and I think most of the regulatory agencies, including the ICT, would attest to this, that reportorial requirement, we cannot rely on reportorial requirement, the reports of the ones that we regulate to tell us accurately where the towers are. And to be fair naman dun sa mga telecoms industry natin, it's no longer with them. It's with the ICTs na. It's with the independent common towers na to tell us where their sites are. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Siguro I'll make my question just a little bit more practical. Kung may nanonood sa atin na barangay captain or let me take advantage na rin na I'll recognize yung association sa Metro Manila na nandito, no. Pati nasan yun. But so I'll make my question more practical. Kung may nanonood na barangay captain, mayor, or governor, at tingin niya maganda yung call center sa kanila pero mahina nga yung connectivity, who do they call? Is it NTC, DICT, is it the telcos? Just in a very practical, di ba? So let's say the governor of X province was fixing a industrial site but nasabi niya gusto ko rin dito ng animation or whatever kaya lang mahina connectivity. Who do they actually call for both advice and to get better connected?
Actually, good news, Mr. Chair, if you download the kasi pwede ka mag-report eh. Siyempre pag walang internet yung isang area or mabagal, I think we need to have a people's feedback mechanism where people can really report. Itong area na to super duper bagal. Itong area na to mabilis. In fact, we're also implementing a semi-algorithm. Hindi na siya AI but semi-algorithm na habang gumagamit yung mga users na nakikita natin yung lakas ng area. Let's say in this area naka 2 Mbps lang laging average doon itong area. So nagbabato na nga ng data ngayon sa eGovNet.
I agree totally dun sa consumer side. But let me rephrase again my question. For example, no, gusto nga ng isang mayor or ng isang developer na may call centers doon or is there a special is there a special kind of fiber optics or a higher kind of internet connectivity na kailangan doon sa lugar na yan?
Of course, the
Technically.
ICT can be the place
Yeah,
to check kasi especially itong eGovMap na project namin Mr. Chair.
Well, in terms of governors naman, you're talking about less than 100. In terms of highly urbanized cities, you're thinking naman of less than 200. So maybe that's something lang that I can...
It will be-
Theoretically kasi, di ba, of course, we want all of them na maging available yon, di ba? But the reality is, and to be fair naman, the connectivity is only one, but it's a big factor, di ba? Yung meron talagang ibang
Kuryente.
call centers na gusto talaga nila, whether it's, what's the other term? BPOs, not only call center, BPOs in general, di ba? Of course, there are some who gusto talaga nila sa highly urbanized or gusto talaga nila sa Metro Manila. So hindi naman natin sila mapilit. But one thing that disincentivizes them talaga, disincentive talaga sa kanila, kapag ka nga yung connectivity may problema, di ba? Kasi no-go talaga sila kapag ganon. The other thing is sinabi ni engineer, pag mas mahal yung kuryente dun sa lugar na yan, syempre.
Yeah. That's why itong eGovMap, Mr. Chair, mga investors at least meron silang visibility kung ano yung lugar talaga na malakas pala ang connectivity ng areang to. Nandun ang Globe, nandun din ang Smart, may dito pa dito. Kampante silang magnegosyo. Alam mo, yung mga BPO nila, i-put up doon. Kasi ngayon walang visibility, Mr. Chair. Kaya magandang itong project din ng part din ng e-governance project, Mr. Chair, called the eGovMap, na nagkakaroon na tayo ng algorithm na nakikita nila kung asan yung mga area talaga na na malakas, mahina, para makapag-decide sila kung saan sila magtatayo ng mga negosyo nila.
On the business side, but
Yes.
on the governance side, so kung may governor or mayor na sobrang interesado, they can actually
GovNet
call,
po.
they can actually
They can go to our GovNet. We have a project
GovNet,
actually.
GovNet.
It's called the GovNet project, Mr. Chair.
Thank you for that. Let me just take advantage
Chair.
to also go ahead.
May we also add that personally, the regulations branch or the telco industry has been put under my portfolio last May. And as I was informed, there had been instances wherein there were local government or local chief executives which have coordinated with the National Telecommunications Commission insofar as their issues on connectivity. Well, not necessarily on the BPO industry, but more on the consumer of their constituents, Mr. Chair.
And then tinutulungan nyo na lang.
Yes, Mr. Chair. We refer them and then we direct the telcos to check based on the memorandum circulars that the NTF has issued.
No, I bring it up kasi di ba, in the same manner na many children nakikiusap sa parents na wag na kayo mag-OFW, dito na lang kayo. Marami din talagang taga-rural. Ayaw talaga nilang mapunta sa urban or mag-ibang isla pa eh. But of course, if the jobs are, I couldn't forget way back nung si Governor Chato pa ang governor ng Bohol. And nalaman niya na I was the guest speaker nung association nga nung BPO sa Cebu. He was telling me, can I do anything to help? Para nga yung BPO sa Bohol. And I was telling him, pare 6 out of 100 lang. 6 to 12 out of 100 lang ang pumapasa dun sa language. So even if you have the connectivity and the wherewithal, it's hard to get employees. And he told me something that I didn't realize but was very true. Sabi niya, pare, ang nagtatrabaho din sa mga call center sa ibang isla, mga taga Bohol. And they'd rather be back in Bohol. So as soon as we finish, as soon as we start the industry here, babalik din sila. But I think it's the same naman, di ba? Whether taga Jensen ka, taga Batanes, kung may trabaho ka doon, most of them would rather not go anywhere else, di ba? So to get IT-related jobs in the countryside would really also help, I think. Go ahead, Asik.
Mr. Chair, again, when it comes to the direction and policy of the ICT, we fully agree with the chairman. In fact, we have this policy when it comes to job generation. It should start from upskilling and learning. And then once you have upskilling there, the people there can now, it would create an own ecosystem when it comes to IT, the IT industry. The people there can now, or that you can invite investors to invest in that particular place because the people there are already skilled when it comes to ICT. Then you would develop your own BPOs, IT centers, animation. So that's particularly the drive of the ICT, a holistic approach to everything, Mr. Chair.
Sa large scale, madali, di ba? For example, when the Duterte administration focused on Clark, narinig naman natin si Engineer Reboledo, di ba? That they put nga yung redundancy or yung main nila sa cloud nandun. Kita mo naman yung mga lumipat ng Clark. But I guess yung mga mayor ng maliliit na town, maliliit in terms of income ha, pero malalaki yan in terms of land area. Nangangarap din eh. 'Di ba na paano ba? So but something like CART or for example yung airport nung San Miguel, syempre they're really marketing it, they're really getting people, they're putting in the best infrastructure. Kaya madaling lumipat doon. Pero for a mayor na kulang pa yung ira sa kanyang gastusin, that's something siguro that if we can create a model. And again, hindi naman natin mapipilit yung BPOs, but if they're willing and they can give us, eto requirement namin 1 to 7, then we can have 2 or 3 mayors na matulungan natin or 1 from Visayas, Mindanao, Luzon, then it would be quite an achievement, 'di ba? Kasi iba talaga yung biglang magkatrabaho. Iba yung pride ng tao ng ano eh, nang hindi dole out eh, 'di ba? Na yung talagang pinaghihirapan din niya yung ano eh, yung pinagkakakitaan niya. And iba talaga yung in your hometown. I mean, still, kung, di ba, kung taga Bohol ka, you go to Cebu, nandiyan pa rin yung pride, nandiyan pa rin yung honor ng pagwo-work, pero nandun ang pamilya mo sa Bohol eh. So, you want to be able to work there and at the same time, ano. No. Can I recognize ABC President Zif Ancheta? He's from Marikina at siya ang presidente ng Metro Manila. Hi, Zif. Kagawad Irene Biteng ng Minuyan Proper, San Jose del Monte City, Bulacan. Yan. Yan, si Kagawad Irene. Kagawad Ricardo Goma Cruz, kapitbahay ko to ng barangay Kagawad ng Lower Bikutan. Ay, Goma. Kagawad Jason Kama, Minuyan proper din ng San Jose del Monte, Bulacan. Thank you. Bibilisan ko lang to ha. Kagawad Vincent Christine Ibardoloza, taga Antipolo, Rizal. Thank you for being here. Kagawad Ivory Benson, ng Mambugan, Antipolo City, Rizal. Chairman Rocky Reyes ng Ibayo Tipas. Yes man. Lot Manahan ng Women Group of Antipolo Rizal, Chairperson. Yeah. Thank you for being here, Lot. Mr. Michael Kel Nunez, Head Staff of ABC, ZIF, Ancheta, Liga ng Barangay NCR. Ms. Lydia Siriaco, President, Focal Person, Women Sector, Marikina, Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council. Mahaba pala to. Ms. Kayla Bacaron, Representative, Psychology Academic Organization, National University, Fairview. Thank you, ma'am. Mr. Mark Alcaide, Governor, Bulso 1, Bulacan State University, Sarmiento Campus. Thank you for our student leaders to be here. No? Sa Academe, Professor, Center for Innovative Learning Programs, De La Salle University, Dasmariñas, Mr. Paul Notorio. Mr. Roland Ruben, Professor, Center for Innovative Learning Program, De La Salle University, Dasmariñas. Carl Adrian Ancheta, President, Smile Kabataan Youth. Thank you, Carl. Ms. Cheryl Bajan, Government Internship Program ng Marikina City. And Myla Cristobal, Intern, Government Internship Program, Marikita. Yeah. So we will have the barangay captains next week or next hearing on the same topic sa e-governance. And I requested President Zif kung pwedeng isang model barangay na talagang ang ganda ng e-commerce, e-governance at ang ganda ng kanyang connectivity. And maybe we can pakiusap sa National Liga 2 or 3 barangays na talagang walang connectivity or walang kuryente sa kanila, just to to show our people that meron, and then we'll do something about it. Yeah. So Mr. Davao, if there's anything you want to add sa tatlong telcos, and then if you can enlighten us konti dun sa unserved and underserved areas.
Yeah, happy to do so, Mr. Chair. It helps us. If I can introduce the association for a little bit and give a context about the industry, I can also bring up some points that will really help connectivity in the underserved and unserved areas. So to briefly introduce the association, we're comprised of 140 organizations covering 300 towns throughout the Philippines, of which around 220 are cities and the balance are municipalities. In many towns, we are the sole provider. Mostly the sole fixed line provider, but in some places we're even the sole internet provider kasi hindi sila naabutan ng signal. And what we find what becomes difficult for us is laying out the infrastructure in these underserved and unserved areas because they're not as dense as the populated areas. Diba? When you go to the population of a small town, the density versus a barangay up in the mountain becomes
So basically, diba, pagka hindi dense, so less customers, so it's not really, how do you put it, commercially viable for the big
Nagiging
players.
commercially viable, Mr. Chair, pero mahal. Especially recently, tumaas yung renta ng poste. So it
So
may come
chicken or the egg, di ba? Which came first, the chicken or the egg sa mga lugar na yon, di ba?
Oo.
They come in, pero mahal, hindi rin makagamit yung mga...
Opo, sir. So sometimes, sa sobrang layo ng bahay, kaya namin sana latagin. Pero kakainin ng renta lahat ng kukunin namin sa subscriber. So there's no, it doesn't become viable for us anymore. So with that, and given our locations, there's a bill in Congress now, the Rural Wired Internet Development Act, which will give incentives to ISPs that are going up into these underserved and unserved areas. So we think that would be very helpful. And to accompany that bill, we think that the Faster Internet Services Bill, which has been passed already in the House, the committee level, at least in the House, and I believe has been filed also in the Senate, where we commit to a level of service. We're conscious about not putting a speed in it. Kasi to be honest, sir, kami yung nangihila pababa sa ukla. Because in order to serve the underserved and unserved areas, we've had to come up with packages na mura. And when you're offering internet service for 499 or 800 pesos na may kasamang cable pa, hindi pwede namin ibigay yung 100 pesos. Kasi, yung 100 Mbps kasi magsasara kami niyan, sir, given the costs. So the package of these two bills, I think, sir, will really help the underserved and unserved areas. Now, of the 300 towns we serve,
About 220 of them have internet service providers. The remaining are 80 companies that are still only cable operators. And their problem,
So since na-mention mo na rin yan, so when you say unserved and underserved, no, without being totally accurate, mga ilan percent in terms of geographic area around the country yan?
I can't
Tingin
really
mo
say,
lang.
sir, to the whole
But
country.
ballpark, 10% of the country, 15%, 5%. How big or small yung tingin yung
Well, just in our opinion, sir, based
Yeah.
on the opportunities presented us, I might say 40%. Because
Ganun kalaki pa?
you'll find
Because malaki ang land ng
for example,
how far ba, sorry to interrupt, but how far from the tower how far from the tower ang medyo maganda service ba?
Mr. Chair, depende po sa frequency yan.
Yeah.
So,
Ballpark lang, sir.
yeah, sa 5G ngayon, ang coverage 700 meters.
700.
Sa 4G, depende sa 700 can go up to 7 to 10 kilometers.
So pagka sobrang
So-
laki nung province or ng city and then kokonti tao, syempre hindi ka naman nakatadtad na tower. So magiging underserved talaga siya, no? So thank you for that.
if I can give an example lang, sir, the town I serve, because I'm a cable operator myself, Kabangkalan City, the most populated area is the Poblacion. The next most populated area sa big barangay up in the mountains, that's 40 kilometers away from the Poblacion. Mas malayo pa kaysa dito papuntang Quezon City. So that area becomes underserved because, well, we're serving it now, but it took us a long time to serve it because laying that 40 kilometers of cable took time and a lot of expense. Although we're lucky in our case that that barangay is commercially viable, that's not going to be the case for many. That's why I really find it's important for those bills to pass so that it'll help make more barangays commercially viable for the small operators that find these barangays very important. Because unlike the large companies, when we're evaluating our investments, it's barangay versus barangay, not Metro Cebu versus small town. And to be fair,
Technical question. So we do understand, and I saw nodding then from, the players, the industry players behind you nung sinasabi mo ngang hindi kasi pwedeng ganun kabilis yung speed given the investment and then yung gastos. But yung technically, madaling mag-upgrade to a bigger speed dun sa nilatag nyo later on?
with the technologies that we use, sir, yung fiber to the home, it's very, very easy.
Okay.
The bottleneck with us is where we
So
purchase
meaning
the
when
wholesale
they're
from
more viable or they sana yumaman yung mga lugar na yan and they can afford higher speed, it's not that difficult to
sir, walang
to offer.
papalitan.
Oo.
If they can afford the more expensive plan, automatic pwede namin maghulog ng 100 MB dun.
That's good to know, di ba? Kasi nga, sanay ang Metro Manilans na you want more water, hukay na naman.
Oo.
You want a canal, hukay na naman. You want a ganito, hukay na naman. So parating traffic. So we just want to make sure pagdating naman sa IT infrastructure or digital infrastructure, di ba, na medyo seamless yung paglalatag.
Oo. Yung maganda, sir, yung dulo lang talaga yung pinapalit sa fiber. Pero yung fiber mismo, for so long as the fiber is viable, the fiber is useful. And sir, just to end, with the remaining members that we have.
So the one thing for your association, yung mga nagsiserve dun sa areas na might not be that commercially viable at the start is really the passage of those two bills.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, okay.
And then for the remaining that aren't internet service providers yet, the main reason they give us is there's no backbone access. So they're unable to connect to the big players to offer internet services. And a lot of them are willing to invest in building middle mile infrastructure themselves, but our franchise prohibits us from doing that. So there's a bill that I believe passed the House and is filed with this committee, the Open Access and Internet Services Bill. And we think that would be very helpful for the remaining members because they can partner with others or even form consortia to build their own middle mile if it's not practical for the big telcos.
So the good news is that it was included in our first hearing. So we can just have a technical working group and try to speed that bill up. No? Since you very eloquently put it there na it's with this committee. So Yeah, we'll try to speed that up.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So, my final point lang, because we're not known, the cable operators, we're not often spoken to, but and that's rightfully so because many of us are very small. I mean, we have some very high-profile members who serve big areas like BGC, but they also serve small towns like where I serve. But altogether, we're quite significant. There are 3.5 million cable TV homes in the Philippines as of 2020. And as of 2020, and I believe this number is already small for what it is, there are 1.2 million homes using a cable TV provider as their internet service provider. I'm sure that number is much larger now. And with support, I think we can make it even bigger. Yun lang, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, we'd like to partner and work with you on that kasi nga, nakakalungkot pagka more or less sa inyo yung missionary work pero hindi viable. So we want to honor the work that you're doing early sa mga lugar na hindi naabot. So let's work together and try to get those done. No? At least yung nasa committee ko that I chair, we will speed it up. So we'll.
Thank you, Mr.
So,
Chair.
ibig sabihin, hindi lang kami ang magpe-pressure sa inyo na yung speed ayusin nyo. Pwede nyo rin kami i-pressure na ayusin din yung speed namin na pagpapasa ng mga yan. Thank you very much. Before we go to the agencies, and we'll try to rush naman yung agencies kasi we have an hour hanggang 4:30. Sec Joel Mariano of the Philippine Space Agency. No, I know we're finishing your sa committee report no sa extension ng yung life pero I heard meron din kayong stake dito sa connectivity so I'll give you the floor. Thank you, Mr. Davao.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, Senator Cayetano. We have actually prepared the presentation, and I beg your indulgence because we were anticipating a full briefing for you, sir, but we will go through the presentation, skip some slides. If I may, the title of the presentation is The Space Value Chain, Supporting Digitalization and E-Governance. Again, I'm from the Philippine Space Agency. Let's go to the next slide. Just a quick introduction. PhilSA is the space agency. It's under the Office of the President. It's a common misconception that it's somehow attached to the Department of Science and Technology. It was created by Republic Act 11363, the Philippine Space Act. And there is a Philippine Space Council, which serves as a coordination and advisory body for the space agency. Next slide, please. The Philippine Space Act, Republic Act 11363, also outlined 6 key development areas for our space capability development in the country. These are national security and development, space R&D, space education and awareness, hazard management and climate studies, space industry and capacity building, and international cooperation. PhilSA was established as the central government agency addressing all national issues and activities related to space science and technology applications. Next slide, please. Among the policy declarations is that we support and commit to the development of space technologies and applications for the security and benefit of Filipinos, and to ensure that access to space and its environs is as a sovereign right in the promotion of national security towards the attainment and protection of national interest. Okay, I will skip the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Quite maybe relevant, Mr. Chair, in terms of the powers and functions of the space agency in relation to governance, salient points. Number 1, policy planning and coordination is to coordinate all space activities of various sectors and stakeholders in the Philippines in accordance with existing laws. Perhaps this also includes coordination of the space segment if it has to do with utilization of satellites for connectivity. Right now, the majority of our work is the utilization of satellites for Earth observation or taking pictures. Then under improved public access and resource sharing, PhilSA shall develop, construct, acquire, manage, maintain, and operate facilities and systems related to space on behalf of the Philippine government for use of various government agencies, and to assist departments and other agencies of the state in the utilization of space science and technology applications and data. Data being a core of implement of governance. We'll talk about it a little bit more. And then finally, design, develop, and construct space systems and facilities necessary thereof on behalf of the Philippine government. Next slide, please. There is a Philippine Space Council, Mr. Chair, and among them, it's chaired by the President. The Vice Chair is the Secretary of Science and Technology and the Secretary of National Defense. The members are listed there, and among the members, Mr. Chair, is the Chair of the Senate Committee on Senate Committee on Science and Technology. But the PhilSA Director General sits as the head secretariat of this committee and also serves as the Presidential Advisor on Space Matters. Let's go to the next. We are, as chair of the Philippine Space Council, the president is briefed on the plans and programs of the space agency. We're also guided by his pronouncements, such as during the 77th UN General Assembly, where he said, in a quote and abbreviate, the Philippines will pursue digital solutions towards a more modern economy and expand our presence in outer space. And he added that we need to start by defining the norms of responsible behavior in cyberspace and outer space. Next slide, please. Just on a lighter note, Mr. Chair, it's PhilSA, not PSA, because PSA is the Philippine Statistics Authority, and but the Philippine Statistics Authority uses satellite imagery now. I'm happy to report that. Next slide, please. These are the images that come to mind when we think of space. So very briefly, in the minds of our kababayan, medyo malayo ang space. No, but that's really not true. Because as Mr. Chair, you said, this is part of the invisible infrastructure that serves our country. Valuable research that has gone into building space capabilities have enabled technologies that have come to everyday widespread use. So we're blissfully unaware of this invisible infrastructure that have come to enable them. Next slide. If we click on all of that, on the way here to the Senate, we use a navigation app. This navigation app uses at least 4 space technologies. Number 1, the position on our map is calculated by satellites with a global positioning that enable us to determine our position on the map. Number 2, the map itself is generated by satellites taking pictures of the Earth, and it's processed into maps. Number 3, the traffic that comes from our mobile phones goes to the infrastructure of the internet, and part of the internet travels through space, through a space segment and satellites. Number 4, our commute is affected by the weather, and weather satellites contribute to measuring environmental parameters that could influence the route on our phone. So these are the invisible infrastructure that is helping us. Imagine if the satellites are turned off 1 hour or 1 day, it would disrupt global economy. Speaking of the global economy, next slide. If we click on all of that, please. The current global space economy is valued at $464 billion, divided into upstream and downstream. Very simply, upstream is everything we put up there, everything that makes things go up there, the satellites, the manufacturing facilities for satellites, the rockets, the spaceports, the ground stations that communicate with the satellites are all upstream, and that's around $39 billion. That's technically the space industry. Now, everything that we derive from this infrastructure is the downstream, whether it's imaging, telecommunications, internet, television, positioning, surveillance, value-added services, artificial intelligence computing, decision support systems. That's the bulk of the global space economy, about $385 billion. Mr. Chair, this is the landscape within which the Space Agency of the Philippines finds itself in. It offers a plethora of opportunities for us to contribute. Yes, sir.
Secretary, Director General, let me just interrupt you to emphasize something here. Kasi yung sinabi mo nga kanina na people will say, what is the Philippines doing getting involved with space and the science and no. But ang ganda nung presentation mo na yan kasi nga hindi naman tayo nakikipag-compete although we're trying to develop our satellites dun sa 39 billion, which is only 10%. Dun sa 90% yung downstream, meron tayong space dyan, no? Meaning pwedeng maging part ng economy natin yan, yung sa downstream, no? Yung 385 billion, correct? Yeah. Secondly, tama nga ba na there's a finite number of satellites that can actually be launched because just like real estate, location is important for satellites. So if we do not support our space agency and the technology now, when we are ready or pag mayaman na mayaman ang Pilipinas and we want to do, baka wala nang lugar for us. So it's very important we start early. No?
Thank you, Mr. Chair, for that. That is correct. Well, geostationary orbit is the one where there's limited slots. This is at 30,000 kilometers above the equator. But the orbits in low Earth orbit, 400, 600 kilometers. That's where companies like Starlink, OneWeb operate. They're not in geostationary orbit. It's a little bit, but there's a little bit more flexibility there. Our satellites are in polar orbit because our country is shaped like this. You want the satellites passing at a certain inclination when you take pictures. Having said that, there's more space there, but space is, after all, a wide expanse, but it's becoming congested. That's why it's important in the sustainability of these activities. When a satellite is no longer functioning, it has to be deorbited. And in order to, and so I think in the US, the FCC is trying to come out with stipulation that after 5 years, you have to deorbit your satellite if it's no longer functioning. So space, the debris and orbital congestion is a concern. It's being handled, among others, in venues like the United Nations Committee on the Peaceful Uses of Outer Space, where we sit, and we've been making manifestations there on that regard, Mr. Chair.
So bottom line, there are opportunities, and bottom line, it will benefit us as we talk about connectivity, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
So
Yes.
PhilSpace or PhilSA. So sorry for the, for the mistake. So hindi PhilSpa at hindi PSA.
Hindi po PSA.
PhilSA. And
Yes, Mr.
directly under the Office of the President.
Tama, Mr. Chair. Yes. We go now to the next slide. Okay. Okay, so we're living in the space economy, and there's a lot of value creation activities. We've made it the central thrust of our mission. Value creation is at the core of our mission. We will promote and sustain a robust Philippine space ecosystem that adds and creates value in space galing sa Pilipino, para sa Pilipino, at para sa mundo. So that's the mission statement of the Space Agency. Let's go to the next slide. So in order to flesh out our mission, if you click on all of this, we ascribe to this so-called value chain. So this value chain is a sequence of components wherein at the end, if they're all working together, creates socioeconomic benefit. Number one, access to satellites, the upstream space infrastructure. Number two, the data from the satellites must be accessible and suitable. Number three, the ground infrastructure for downloading and hosting the data. Number four, once you have the data, you must be able to analyze it and process it. Number five is the valley of death. Once you have the insights, information from the data, and this is related to e-governance, Mr. Chair, we must act on it. Otherwise, it just sits on the shelf and it will not create socioeconomic value. So this guides all our activities, Mr. Chair, and dear fellow Filipinos. No, it helps us identify our strengths, our weaknesses, and leverage international cooperation and prioritize where we should put capabilities in order to derive socioeconomic benefit. Just very quickly, one by one. Okay, next slide. In terms of the upstream infrastructure, yes, Mr. Chair, we have been building small satellites. Diwata 1, Diwata 2, Maya 1, Maya 2, and just last Monday, Maya 3, Maya 5, and Maya 6 were brought by a Falcon 9 SpaceX rocket to the International Space Station. We're not buying these satellites, Mr. Chair, we're building them. These are built by Filipino engineers who were trained in Japan, who have come back. Most of them work in the Space Agency now. And so it continues in the universities building these satellites. So these are sovereign satellites, what that means is we control it, we operate it, and if it travels around the world, we are free to take pictures of other places and possibly even monetize it if we want to. Otherwise, we leverage it for international cooperation. Next slide, please. I'll probably skip the video. This talks about our new project, the Mula satellite. If I have time, Mr. Chair, I'll play it quickly. Can we just play? Sorry, you go ahead. I also take a break. It has audio, please. Thank you. There should be a sound?
Sa technical natin, kaya bang malakas volume? Pagka nagagalit ang senador, malakas ang volume. Pagka presentation, mahina volume.
Were great. After the success with 6 of these small satellites, the Philippines is ready for something bigger. In December 2020, the Philippines kicked off the Multispectral Unit for Land Assessment, or MULA satellite project. Weighing around 130 kilograms, MULA will carry a true color camera that can capture higher resolution images, covering around 73,000 square kilometers of our country in one day. Data from MULA satellite will be used for addressing food security, disaster resilience, environment conservation, and protecting our national sovereignty. The Department of Science and Technology jump-started the funding of MULA. The project was jointly implemented by the DOST, Advanced Science and Technology Institute, and the University of the Philippines, Diliman, in coordination with the Philippine Space Agency, or PhilSA. 16 Filipino engineers who underwent a know-how training and transfer program in the UK are involved in building the satellite and are now part of PhilSA. The training capacitated our homegrown engineers, not just with knowledge, but the license to build more local commercial satellites in the future, leading the way for the creation of a robust and thriving space industry to support the country's space program. PhilSA will oversee the completion and launch of MULA and manage its operations. MULA in Ilocano means plant, pointing to the satellite's mission on food security. In Tagalog, it means point of origin or beginning, which symbolically signals the Philippines' foray into a new era in satellite development toward the vision of a nation bridged, uplifted, and empowered through the peaceful uses of outer space.
We go to the next slide now. Mr. Chair, I should emphasize that since we're building the satellite, we're also acquiring a license to rebuild this satellite in country. So the next time we need it, and in this slide, we show this roadmap on the third tier, on the fourth tier, the yellow tier there, we're seeing the first satellite, but by acquiring a license to build the satellite domestically, we can try to engage local companies to increase local content in this satellite, and it will set us in the direction of higher value industries and manufacturing, hopefully through space qualified products. When a product works on Earth, its value is X. Perhaps if it works in space, its value increases 20X, 30X. Although the volume is smaller, but still it's a very differentiated product. So that's our roadmap for satellites. And in the top, you will see also, we're always in the conversation for a sovereign telecommunications satellite as well, Mr. Chair. That involves doing a proper demand survey and also, among other things, if I may, trying to really have good coverage maps of the Philippines. Coverage maps, we see that in other countries where telcos and even the regulators comes out with maps where which areas are covered sufficiently by signals or what technologies, 5G, 4G, etc. But we cannot possibly understand nor even solve something we do not measure. But right now it's all crowdsourced, but I think we need to have more also scientific measurements to map out our country and see surgically where the unserved areas are. We think we know where the unserved areas are, but to what extent are they not served and what technologies are viable for them, whether it's satellites or towers, etc. That will help us guide it better. And even government can possibly intervene in some of these really missionary areas. So that's always there. Next slide, please. I should note that we have been promoted. If you click on that, this is the global tally of countries with government small satellites. Before we were in the sidebar, but now we're in the top 13. So that's US, China, Russia, Japan, India, Iran, South Korea, France, Australia, Germany, Europe, Taiwan, Philippines, then Norway. These are the small satellites that have been funded by government, and I think we will bump up in this list because just last Monday, 2 more small satellites were deployed into space. Next slide, please. Okay, the next part is the data. Apart from our sovereign satellites like Diwata and other satellites that we build, we also use open data. The Europeans, the Americans have enabled their satellites to give data for free. We also subscribe to commercial satellites for data. And in times of emergencies, countries come to our aid through a disaster charter activation. And their satellites passing over our territory give us data for use, and we process it so that we can respond to emergencies. So these are all our data buckets. And we curate this so that we can have good spatio-temporal coverage of the country. It's work in progress, but of course it's also limited by our resources. Next slide, please. I will skip that slide. Let's go to the next. The third and fourth component is the ground infrastructure. Through the efforts of DOST, and some of these have been turned over to the Space Agency, we have built 3 ground receiving stations for communicating with our Earth observation satellites. In Luzon, that's in Quezon City; in Visayas, that's in Dumangas, Iloilo; and in Mindanao, it's in Davao. Now, if these are our ears, the satellites are our eyes, but you also need computational muscle. So in relation to e-governance, Mr. Chair, we talk about connectivity, but we also need to talk about computation. Because in order to crunch the large volume of data that we need, and we want to be data-driven, we want to be science-based, we need high-performance computers that are accessed by researchers that will churn out the insights and data. We don't have a supercomputer in our country, but we can have smaller, high-performance computers that can be accessed, that provide capacity to analyze and interrogate the data. So right now we're using the one in DOST. PhilSci is also building one in our home in Clark in the near term. Next slide, please. Now, what do you do with the data? I will go to the next slide, and this is another video. I hope to play it. Let's go to the video, please. Thank you. Okay, we can go to the next slide. Let's go to the next slide. Thank you. A couple more slides, Mr. Chair. Next. Okay. We've compiled these examples, Mr. Chair. There's a publication on our website. We call it Our Place in Space. If you click on that, it should flip through the pages. But this is free to download, and it shows all the applications of satellite data so far, from agriculture to fisheries to disaster risk reduction and management, etc., that can help governance in terms of what available data and capabilities there are for them that can guide them in their planning and their programs. Okay, next slide, please. Perhaps relevant to the discussion today is the issue of these coverage maps. We have been using GIS, geographic information systems, in an area to map where the buildings are and what buildings there are. Are these hospitals? Are these schools, etc.? And then trying to plot demand in an area. So we know the population density. These are published. We put it on a map. So basically, a geographic information system would have all these layers with all this data. And then we combine crowdsourced data. We try to locate some towers and try to propagate a signal and see where the good signal is and where the bad signal is, and compare it with crowdsourced measurements. But I think, Mr. Chair, something like this needs to be done on a national level in terms of identifying where the unserved areas are through signal coverage, combination of crowdsourced measurements and also some measurements using some tools that are software that can be employed. Okay, next slide. Yes, we go to the next. Now, finally, Mr. Chair, in terms of impetus and resources to act, there have been some successes, as demonstrated also recently by the Department on Environment and Natural Resources. And to their credit, they acted on the satellite images and the data, and they were able to shut down an illegal mining operation in Mindanao on the strength of their own capabilities, aided by satellite images. So we have an MOA with the Department of Environment and Natural Resources precisely to increase the uptake and the utilization of satellite imagery. This is an example we hope to replicate with other government agencies and local government units. Okay, next slide, please. Okay. Finally, we also want to quantify the impact of this earth and marine observation on the economy. And APEC and the Australian government came out in 2019 with an initial study breaking it down across different sectors: disaster management, mining, agriculture, fisheries, forestry, utilities, transport, finance, health, and consumer. The contribution of earth and marine observation to the Philippines economy, they say in 2019 was worth about $657 million. And in 10 years, it can grow tenfold to $6.5 billion with additional investment and collaboration. So we hope to validate this further and add to this study, but we're keeping track of this so that we have a feedback loop on our investments. Next. So in terms of digital transformation, PhilSA's initiatives to mobilize space data and advanced satellite development will complement digital transformation of all government agencies. Through improved public access and resource sharing under the Philippine Space Act, government entities and the public can utilize relevant space science and technology data, facilities, and systems to help enhance their ability to perform their mandates and duties. Next slide. And we have been engaging LGUs. We have been distributing data to some LGUs. And then what they do with these satellite images is they can do the ground validation. Sometimes we rely too much on the view from space, but it's also important to complement that with measurements on the ground. So engagements are ongoing, Mr. Chair, and hopefully this cascades to better governance. So it's not just the infrastructure. I guess the takeaway is it's also the content on the infrastructure, the data that flows that is enabled by the infrastructure, and hopefully satellite images and space data contribute a significant part to the mix of this data and information. Okay, finally, next. One more. These are initial comments, Mr. Chair, on the Senate Bill 298. If I may just quickly read. There's a Smart Philippines Council being proposed, and PhilSA hopes to contribute to it and be part of it as a space agency, with an emerging frontier in terms of using satellite imagery and other space capabilities to enable smarter decisions. So that's one input that we have. And in terms of the Smart Philippines Initiative and the Smart Philippines Pilot Program, we propose and commit to the inclusion of the space science and technology. The examples that I showed this afternoon such as satellite imagery, maps, and other derived products among these smart city technologies. Because you can build a digital twin of a city out of using satellite data. Using satellite imagery, pictures taken at different angles, you can reconstruct a digital twin of your city, among others. And also the satellite imagery, maps, and derived products for decision support and planning we hope to propose to be included in the proposed pilots of the Smart Cities Initiative. So essentially, Mr. Chair, the final take is that space data, satellite imagery, and derived products, that's data. And we hope to increase the mix, introduce that into the mix and increase the percentage of that in terms of guiding our decisions and governance. That's it, Mr. Chair. I think that's my last slide. Thank you.
Well, Director General Secretary, first and foremost, thank you for reminding us how important space and satellite technology. As you mentioned, illegal mining na may napasara. Illegal logging continues to be a problem, not only in terms of sustainability ng forest, but also doon sa flooding, di ba? So there's so much use talaga na pwede dyan. And again, tell us where we can help. Doon sa sinabi mong crowdsourcing and then use of the technology, for example, doon sa connectivity or sa tower, I really like to encourage that. Kasi nga, kung yung government agencies ay meron services na pwede rin gamitin like as a third-party auditor, di ba? Then, it will also be very good kasi ang problema natin parati yung sustainable funding, di ba? And although you can fund it pag gumaganda ekonomiya through the GAA, it's still better na meron kayong services that people are willing to pay for, no? Let's say, I mean, given all the third-party auditors, kung talagang sabihin ng NTC, kayo talaga magaling. And if you were a private company, we would have gotten you, di ba? Personally, I wouldn't mind na merong fee yun, no? And then just for DICT and for PhilSA, no? I think one also government entity that you should look at in terms of connectivity, and we will look at also, is COMELEC. Kasi maganda yung data nila kung ano yung machines ang nakakapagbato ng pagbilang ng boto at hindi eh. Di ba? Kasi yan ang isa sa pinaka-crucial sa atin, eleksyon eh. And everyone, all the candidates are there, nagbabantay to make sure na maibato. So yung mga machines na hindi makabato ng data and you have to get the memory card, it's a good indication, di ba? Kasi, you know, if you look, for example, the telcos, of course, there are times may bagyo, so mahina signal doon. So, but sa election, more or less, every 3 years yan eh. So, every 3 years, makikita mo kung the same areas ba ang walang connectivity or ano, no? So, I'll recognize homegrown, dati natin pong secretary sa Commission on Appointments, Assistant Secretary Villanueva, sir.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair. May I direct a question through the chair to the head of PhilSA?
Yes,
I
please,
was
sir.
struck
Yes.
by his statement that their technology could identify a building. May I direct a question through you, sir?
Yes, please.
If
Yes.
the technology of PhilSA can identify the location of a vehicle in the Philippines for purposes of putting an end to lost vehicles or carnapping.
Mr. Chair, buildings, let me clarify first, the buildings that we are plotting are building footprints. So the building footprints are being mapped so that we can, in the case of a landslide, then you can identify where the buildings were prior to a landslide. And also to, we can map out buildings in terms of sizes, but not necessarily identify the type of buildings. That's what we rely on the census for. That's rely on the database of, say, DepEd, where the public schools are, because they have this list where the schools are listed in terms of addresses and GPS coordinates. So we use the satellite imagery to detect where the buildings are. We look at these databases and combine them. So it's a fusion of data. But for the vehicles, these are very small vehicles. You need very high resolution images to detect these objects. Right now, we're working at 5 meter, and there are limits as to what satellite images you can access with fine resolution, because there's a limit, basically 1 meter pataas, we can access that commercially. But it is not something that we are not doing in terms of tracking such vehicles, because you can only see it from above. You will not be able to see perhaps the make or type of it at the moment with the current technologies that are at our disposal. Mr. Chair, thank you.
I'll emphasize that at the present technology at the disposal of the Philippine Space Agency, but at the level of technology available in the market. No, for example, diba, if you watch the movies sa NSA, of course they will combine yung CCTVs. For example, di ba ang kilala naman talaga na Big Brother city is London eh. Pinakamaraming cameras. But if you combine the satellite and the CCTVs, theoretically kung nawala at a certain location yung isang vehicle, theoretically, di ba, you can rewind and see kung saan napunta eh. Di ba? Theoretically, but again, expensive technology and several satellites and everything. I don't think even law enforcement uses it. More of intelligence ata or more of yung mga homeland type ang gumagamit. No?
I believe so, Mr. Chair. You're correct. And so it's a fusion of data. It's combination. So they complement each other. But what the satellites do is that it has a wider expanse, a wider view because of its vantage point. You can see many more things, larger area. But in terms of the granularity, we would need to fuse that with other data at the moment.
But siguro just ASEC, di ba? Yung technology kasi ngayon ng what you call, Yusek, David, pagka trinatrack mo, GS, GPS, di
Mr.
ba?
Chair.
Theoretically, pwede mo lagyan ng GPS yung kotse. Ang problema, pag yung carnapper, alam din kung saan nakalagay, pwede niyang tanggalin. But I assume, yung mga katulad nung sa Apple na para sa mga susi mo ngayon, I assume that at some point, something with a larger range can be put anywhere in the car. And pagka ninakaw, just like you can find your phone or find your computer, I think eventually there'll be some. But thank you for that question kasi nga between the PNP group that handles carnapping and between the LTO, I know that's a constant problem of yours, di ba, yung carnapping. And especially ngayon, pati yung mga motor, no? Napakarami nun, no?
Yes, Mr. Chair. I think on the practicality and rationality, effect of what we were discussing, CCTV cameras will be still the efficient way, in terms of like monitoring vehicles. On the satellite view, especially if we're using a small satellite, it's very correct that you cannot really see it. Even Google Map, which is, they use already a huge high resolution satellites, you cannot actually see it because of that 5 meter to maybe the biggest was 6 meter car to see it. I think maybe in the future, Mr. Chair, I think that is very feasible in the future. Dati nga, di ba, hindi imposible. Pinag-uusapang imposible 10 years ago, posible na ngayon, di ba? So, but it's really a good, I really commend the presentation that I think it's about time that the Philippines should have also our own satellite already. Yes, there's Google Earth. Yes, there are other countries that they already have it. But I think it's about time that us as Filipinos should also be not maybe a tantamount to the skill sets of other but we're not too late. A good example, Mr. Chair, e-governance. When I was speaking to some group who was able to develop the SingPass of Singapore, Mr. Chair. Yes, they are first time. They are the first movers, like Singapore. Nauna sila sa e-governance eh. Meron silang super app, ganyan-ganyan, ano. But take note that newcomers has a lot of good advantages. Natuto tayo, and at the same time, we're able to use new technology. So while them, they are now into an obsoleted legacy system. So nahihirapan na sila mag-innovate because nagiging legacy na yung mga ginagawa nila. But us as Filipinos, we are in a very good position, Mr. Chair. We are newcomers. Newcomers, we are more agile. We can use microservices, we can use newest technology. Kaya mas mabilis ang movement natin eh. I believe even in the even in cybersecurity as well, even in space, including in even in robotics, etc., etc. I think artificial intelligence, etc., etc. I think this is very relevant, Mr. Chair, in terms of e-governance moving forward.
Just because you mentioned Singapore, a good friend from Foreign Ministry, si Minister Vivian Balakrishnan ng Singapore, tandaan mo dahil sila parliamentary. So he's a member of parliament at the same time he was foreign minister. Nakwento niya na because nga magaling yung e-governance nila and ang Singaporeans always want to be number one, di ba, sa lahat ng human index, di ba, sa health, education, services. But he reminded us, yung mga foreign ministers at the time, that he had one constituent na pinuntahan talaga siya sa office niya and sabi sa kanya, "Can I talk to a human?" Elderly naman daw yung ano, but it was just a reminder that no matter how high-tech, sometimes a Filipino or in that case a Singaporean just wants na may kausap din siyang tao. So just a guidance as we do the e-governance law and as all of you do the e-governance. Yes, a majority would rather na it's all online para walang human contact, para walang discretion at wala nang mga problema. But now and then, meron pa rin either for one reason or the other, gustong may makausap na tao. So, Yusek, I mean, I've agreed with you in everything naman and hopefully input nyo rin lang yon na as we go towards more digital, the human component is still very important. May I ask just lang one question sa ating, dahil mga technical people din naman nandito nung sa telcos before we go to the three agencies. Sa abroad, no, for example, sa Apple, di ba? So if you're gonna turn off your phone, when you press it, either turn off or lalabas emergency call, swipe for emergency services. So if I swipe that, let's say in the US, regardless kung meron akong provider or wala, and regardless kung may load ako or may plan or wala, I can call yung 911. So, activated ba yung ganyan sa atin? Hindi pa. And technically ba, is it possible? Kasi technically, if it's possible, I'll leave it there but I'll pass it to NTC. Ang point ko lang naman kasi, di ba, kung weather globe dito, smart or whatever, pag emergency, dapat hindi mo alam, dapat whether or not may load ka, whether or not may signal doon, there's a way. And when I say emergency, I'm not talking about 20 or 500 emergency numbers, no? Of course, the national government will have to work with you na is it one or is it two numbers lang na talagang, and when I talk emergency, a threat to your life, di ba? Maybe a storm, a baha, fire, or maybe kinikidnap siya or whatever. But yeah, that's the first question. Activated ba sa Pilipinas yun? Hindi pa na.
Mr. Chair, you have to have at least any signal. Kasi without the signal, there's nowhere to transmit it. And what it does, kasi it's an emergency call eh. Sa 3GPP, yun yung 112 na service natin eh. But you have to have a signal, at least regardless.
So
of
kung may
whether it's
signal pero wala kang load, pwede.
Yes.
Yeah. And meron tayong ganun.
I'm not sure if the backend is ready to accept it, but
Yeah.
it should accept yung ating emergency. I think what are we using? 911 na ba? Or 888? I'm not no
Yeah.
longer sure.
Anyway, since you're here and the NTC naman and the DICT, may I request na lang na between your technical people, tingnan nyo. But I think that would really help people. I do understand that say Baguio, that's why you need satellite phones pa rin, di ba? Kasi nga,
Yes.
kung walang power at, di ba, mahirap pa rin. But I'm talking about, you know what I mean, di ba, na wala kang load sa harap mo, ninanakaw kotse mo, or hinold up ka, natira na lang cellphone mo, how do you call? You're in a bangka going from one island to the other. There's signal, but you don't have a load or di ba? Ang understanding ko dito, there's a signal of one telco.
Yes.
So assuming malakas ang
Telco.
smart doon pero hindi malakas ang dito at Globe or vice versa. The thing is, if it's an emergency, makakonect ka. Am I correct doon? Any signal yon, di ba?
Naka-predefine po yung emergency number.
Yeah. Then
And
that's
then
just a no, that's just a tweak or a software thing to
No,
the
it's
phone
in
or
the standard specifications
it's a
for
standard
INT.
specification. So I mean, technically, it's doable.
Yes.
Yeah. So NTC, may I request that you look into that, Pwede, Commissioner?
Yes,
Yeah.
Mr. Chair, we will look into that. And
Yes, Yusek.
Mr. Chair, I'm quite aware that there is a so-called IP whitelisting of the telcos, Mr. Chair. So meaning even they are not subscribed to a certain internet connection. Let's say wala silang data or they're not connected to Wi-Fi. But if the telcos will whitelist that specific IP address, kahit hindi sila subscribe, they can access it. So I don't know, Mr. Chair.
Can you look at it and then just pick the number? Ano bang number ng national government na talagang pang ako personally, I'm still biased towards 911 just because everyone knows 911. But hindi ako, I mean, whether we decide it's 888 or whether we decide it's whatever, di ba? Ang point lang, yun, I'll be very honest, that's why dun sa bill na final ko, hindi na NDRRMC. Kasi bago mo sabihin NDRRMC, tapos na yung yung emergency eh. That's precisely why you use 2 or 3 numbers para may rhyme and rhythm tapos madaling tandaan, di ba? So even if you say halimbawa 818 help, di ba? Mahaba pa rin eh. Di ba? Tsaka sa atin hindi uso yung help eh, yung hahanapin mo pa ano yung H, ano. So pag sinabi mong 555 yan, 111 yan, 222 whatever it is, yan ang pinakamadali talagang tandaan eh, no?
Actually, meron tinatawag po na one-click button. It's called the distress button. So meaning instead of you dialing, kasi if you're in emergency,
I think sa mga electronic, sa mga smartwatches. No?
yes, Mr.
Ganon.
Chair.
It's the new feature now, I think it's may alarm siya, then may connect.
Yes, Mr. Even in mobile app, Mr. Chair.
Meron din.
So imagine that even without internet connectivity, let's say wala siyang data, he's not connected, but that button is connected to a certain whitelisted IP address, Mr. Chair. Let's say merong nangaharap sa'yo or hold up. Diba? You don't have time to dial 911.
Agree.
But a click of the button of the distress, at least, like po, Mr. Chair, if you download the super app now, the current app that we're able to launch a week ago, Mr. Chair, less than a week ago, there's a button there called e-report. Okay? Once you click that, this is in partnership with ARTA, Mr. Chair. Once you click that, you can report red tape. Once you report red tape, it will go to ARTA. If you report for child abuse, it will go to the Commission for the Welfare of Children. If you report for women abuse, it will go to the Philippine Commission for Women. If you report for overpricing, it will go to DTI. But there's also there a button to report for crime. If you report for crime, it will go to the nearest police station of the PNP. So we are now in close collaboration with PNP, Mr. Chair. And I think this is a very good suggestion because you don't have time to type the complaint.
I'll congratulate you on that. And I don't want to burden everyone. I mean, ang daling sabihin ng isang senador or congressman na report XYZ. I'm talking about on the line. Hindi yung sayo, tama yun. Yung kasi since data siya tapos naka-whitelist. But ako, I'd even limit yung sinasabi kong etong emergency call na kailangan yung boses mo so that you can describe your emergency. I limit it to anything that's life or death, di ba? Kasi sabihin mo lang, ninakawang ka, yes, it's very important to report it right away. Pero you can find a way, di ba? Pero yun nga, yung hinahabol ka, binabaril ka habang hinahabol ka, di ba? You really have to call or yung sunog na sa tabi na ng bahay mo, ikaw na yung kasunod. Alangan namang maghanap ka pa ng tindahan or whatever that you can call. So let's do some good today and may I ask nga the NTC and our providers to look into that. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, as explained to me, I think during the previous administration, there was a passage to mandate the number 911 to be the number to call for emergencies. And I think the NTC has already coordinated with those entities who were assigned with these numbers and to clear those numbers so that the 911 line could be used only for emergency. I would just have to check on the exact status on that, Mr. Chair.
Tapos let's go one step further nga, yung sinabi ni Yusek na any device that has that one button and then if it can be programmed to go 911, if not, then yun nga, yung we can press 911. But alam mo, a lot of people don't know that in the US, 911 kapag ka may services, may bayad. So this is a true story. Maniwala kayo, hindi. Nung mamamatay na yung lolo ko, sabi niya sa lola ko, I'm having a heart attack. Sabi ng lola ko, should I call 911? Sabi niya, no, I want to make sure it's a real heart attack. Because a year before that, he had a heart attack na hindi pala heart attack. Nagbayad siya ng $800 sa 911. Eh, matipid siya eh. So he wanted to make sure the next time, hindi siya magbayad ng hindi sigurado. May edad na rin siya. No? So, mas matipid lolo ko sa lolo nyo. No? But having said that, may bayad yung service ha. So, yeah, I mean, if they call, walang bayad yung to say na I'm in ganitong restaurant, ganyan. Pero pagdating nung ambulansya to pick up, yun, i-charge ka. So, if nag-iisip ang DBM or whoever na gastos to, hindi. Ang pinag-uusapan lang natin yung makakonect ka kapag ka-emergency. Yung actual service is a different issue altogether. Of course, yung bumbero halimbawa pag sunog, wala namang bayad yon, kasama sa taxes natin yon. But if there are services, 'di ba, na for example, nalock ka sa top ng building, 'di ba, at walang magbukas, then they had to send a keysmith and locksmith to open it. Babayaran mo yon, 'di ba? So just to clarify that point, okay. So, with everyone's indulgence, because at latest we want to go at 5, is it okay we'll give 10 minutes to each agency? Just start out with your e-governance, and then kung may tingin kayong itatanong din naman talaga namin sa inyo, go ahead and you know, sama nyo na sa inyong introduction. No? Ma'am, you're looking at me. Can the BIR go ahead? Sige. Can you finish by April 15?
Yes, before April 15, sir. So good afternoon, Mr. Chair. I have a presentation. I have a soft copy. So, okay. The BIR, with its mandate to collect taxes for the Philippine government, has 4 areas in the tax administration.
Ayusin
Next
na
slide,
natin yung
please.
volume, ma'am. Saan na?
Okay. Sorry. Sorry, ang yung voice. Teka. Okay.
Yeah, okay na yung volume.
Yeah.
Ma'am, let me recognize, thank you very much, Deputy Commissioner and Information System Group, no, Miss Maria Rosario Charo Curiba. We appreciate you sitting throughout the whole presentation, ma'am.
Yeah, thank you, sir. We learned a lot also from the discussion this afternoon. So as mentioned, the BIR with a mandate to collect revenue has these 4 areas of tax administration: registration, filing, declaration, payment collection, audit enforcement, and plus the taxpayer information and education. That's the 5th area to support the 4 areas of tax administration. So next slide. Okay. To achieve its mission and vision, the BIR embarked on computerization to support the needs for tax administration. The BIR's major effort to make use of information technology to better perform its mandate of tax collection dates back to the year 1996. So, in 1996 pa nag-start ang computerization. So, the development of our core system, which is called ITS, which allowed BIR to keep a digital record of our taxpayers. And through the years, we implemented also the first website, our web presence, in 1997, and then we rolled out the electronic filing and payment in 2002. So the rest is history. So from 2002, the EFPS, and then we also introduced the EBIR forms filing system. Okay? And in the present administration, we are focusing on, okay, next slide, the 5 major priority programs. So to improve taxpayer service, the digitization and automation of processes, transparency and integrity, intensification of enforcement activities, and administration support. So these are the major priority programs of the administration. And we have this digital transformation roadmap, which started in 2019. And then with the vision of a digitally transformed institution, providing convenient, reliable, and transparent service to taxpayers, resulting in more resources to provide comfortable and secure lives for Filipinos. So again, in our roadmap, in the first year, we focused on the people first and elevate taxpayer experience. And then in the succeeding years, anywhere taxpayer service. So this is the introduction of the e-services for our taxpayers, continuous implementation of taxpayer services, and then strengthening of the digital backbone and the organization. And also leveraging the TP data to manage tax services. So that's our roadmap, which was crafted and released 2019 and 2020. So we recently, next slide, we recently recalibrated our digital transformation program and grouped it into the 4 major pillars. Strengthening of the BR organization, because we believe that we have to have offices to support the different services. And then the modernization of the digital backbone, which is the very premise of the discussion this afternoon, enhancing policies, governance, and standards, and elevating taxpayer experience and innovating BIR services. So, Mr. Chair, these are the program of the BIR in summary. And again, elevating taxpayer experience. When we rolled out EFPS and EBIR, this is the facility where our taxpayers has the option to file their income tax returns and other returns electronically. So through the years, the collection and also the introduction of the e-payment channels. So 80% of the total collection of the BIR are collected through the e-payment collection. Okay, and then as to the number of the share of the number of taxpayers or filers It's increasing from 2020 of 17%, it's now 34%.
Ma'am, thank you very much. That was a very short but comprehensive and clear presentation. So, himayin natin later on. I mean later on, not in this hearing. But kanina binigyan ko kayo ng example before the hearing, no, na kasi I've been asking friends na pagdating sa BIR, saan yung medyo may discretion na problematic pa na pagka nag-e-governance ay maging clear. So I have a clear example kasi for customs, for example, which I'll ask them when it's their turn. No? For example, Yusek David, no? Halimbawa, nilagay ng customs, pagka ganito i-import mo, let's say vegetable, eto yung apat na kailangan mo. From the Department of Agriculture, Quarantine, 2, 3, 4. Okay. Eto ang babayaran mo. Okay. So assuming sinunod mo yon, tinignan, yun ang babayaran mo. No questions asked. Kasi may kausap akong ng mga maliliit na nag-i-import, sasabihin nila sa website mismo ng customs, eto nakalagay. Pagdating na doon, sasabihin nung inspector or kung sino man, hindi ako naniniwala na yan yung price, so you have to submit 1, 2, 3. Nawala naman doon sa listahan nila. Sinubmit na naman yung 1, 2, 3, sumagot na naman siya na hindi pa rin pwede. So yun ang problema. Doon nagkakaroon ng discretion. Doon ngayon sinasabi sa broker, kung gusto nyo, compromise na lang tayo dito. Doon nagkakaroon ng usapan, kung may usapan man. To be fair to the inspector, not necessarily na may usapan na sa kanya. But then, gumugulo especially for people na one time nag-import or maliit lang yung business, di ba? Unlike big business, ang ating mga biggest corporations, di ba? May mga sistema na sila with their brokers in dealing with that. The one example so far that I found out, but I have to admit, I wasn't able to read it kasi kagabi lang dumating to. I asked a friend who's both a lawyer and a broker to make me a memo. Akala ko maikse, ito yung binigay about yung mga bumili ng condo or lupa tapos pinarent nila. So from capital gains, nagiging VAT at income tax sila. But apparently, depende kung saan city ka pumunta, hindi pare-pareho yung rules or yung implementation. For example, ma'am, may city, ang ibig ko sabihin dito, Yusek David, for example, let's say, dahil mababa nga ang sweldo sa gobyerno, you decided to buy a condo that 4 years to build at pre-selling. But by the time you finish, it's up na by 40, 50, 100%, you sell it. More or less yan, ma'am, di ba? You'll just pay capital gains, di ba? But for example, in the first year, you got it, hindi mo pa binenta, pinarent mo, di ba? There are some change of rules. Sasabihin nila ngayon that you have to, may income tax na because you're using it for business. But ang business mo, nirentahan mo. Hindi mo business ang buy and sell. So pag binenta mo ngayon, sisingaling ka pati VAT and income tax. And then sa VAT, ang sasabihin sa'yo, may input ka naman, tax. Pero hindi mo naman siningil yung input tax nung una kasi hindi mo naman balak gawin business eh. Di ba? So, for example, in Taguig, na very hot yung pagbebenta at pagbibili ng property at I heard the latest sale of condo was somewhere near 700,000 per square. And the latest selling ng lupa was 1.7 million. I don't know kung sold yun o hindi. Na-confirm namin may nabenta at 1.5 per square meter. Bumibili nga ako ng 1 square meter, ma'am, para maglagay lang ng mailbox. Pero ayaw ko bentahan ng 1 square meter. Pinakamaliit ata doon, 2,000 square na paano mo naman ma-afford that one. But ang point ko, ma'am, just to jump from governance, good governance to e-governance, let's take it up next time. But may I ask, ma'am, na ang BIR na magsabi sa amin, what are the top 3 or top 5 na tingin yung whether malabo yung law kaya may revenue regulation or top 3 or top 1 na complaint, and then will e-governance actually, is it a simple you fix it yourself or will e-governance actually help, di ba? So that we hit 2 birds in 1 stone. We talk about e-governance, but at the same time, ma'am, we have a discussion on what I want the public to want e-governance eh. And ang public talaga, it's the application, di ba? It's not the, of course, the connectivity, but it's not the theory na we can press anything, but it's the actual. So katulad nung sinabi mo, ma'am, dahil at least in a couple of, I'm not sure all my years, but there was a year kasi I was a counselor half of the year, then half of the year nasa private. So I had to file. Dahil nga dalawa. Maniwala kayo hindi, ma'am, lumabas sa bar exam yon. Tingin ko ako lang nakasagot kasi revenue regulation yon, hindi yon so very few yung nakasagot. But ang point ko, ma'am, nung ginawa nyo ngang e-filing kapag fix yung income mo, it was a very big help, di ba? Kasi hindi ka talaga pipila na, and alam mo naman ang Pilipino, pag April 13, 14, 15, tunay na deadline tayo eh. Hindi yung, ang nakalagay naman sa batas up to April 15. So pwede ka naman mag-file ng April 5. Kaya tayo, di ba, ni-require natin pag gobyerno, March 15, di ba? Tama ba? March 15, di ba? 1 month before.
Yes, sir. We encourage the government.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Di ba? But I'm saying that actually BRR is a good example na dun sa ginawa niyong under circumstances, yung filing mo is purely ano na, 'di ba? Digital, 'di ba? Under certain circumstance. But yun nga, if you can help us so that we can also use this committee, I'll ask the customs, later on I'll ask LTO then, 'di ba, na ano yung number 1 complaint nyo and can it be solved by e-governance, no? But thank you, ma'am, for being here and for sharing that with us, no?
Sir, I'd like also to emphasize that in the digital transformation framework namin, the third pillar is enhancing policies, governance, and standards. So we are also reviewing the existing policies, ano yung may pain points, at saka medyo malabo na implementation so that we can standardize and provide guidance also to the RDOs.
Yeah.
Nationwide.
Ma'am, can I ask a quick question? Hanggang ano yung time period na pwede ka pa rin bigyan ng ng BAR na titignan ulit yung mga libro mo?
I'll refer to Assistant Commissioner Baby Nakar
Yeah.
or the law legal.
More or less lang. I just want to make an example. And
3 years actually, sir, ang prescriptive period.
3 years. 3 years lang
3
ngayon. So
years.
limited ka na sa 3 years
3
ngayon.
years.
So
Unless
meaning,
may fraud,
kung 2023, kung may fraud,
10 years.
but you have to show na may fraud
Yes.
at the start or pwedeng
From the
suspicion lang na may fraud?
From the,
So you discovered na may fraud. No? Kasi it wasn't this administration, it wasn't the last administration, so matagal na to ha. But naalala ko yung may nagsumbong sa akin na, sir, kung ano-anong kinukuha sa amin, ganyan-ganyan, tapos ganito, tapos sinabi yung date. So when I saw that person again, sabi ko, this was long time ago ha, so nung nakausap ko, sabi niya, sir, inano ko na lang, sinettle ko na lang, both may resibo at wala, para lang matapos na. So, I didn't comment, akala ko okay na. Di ba? 2 weeks later, sir, meron na naman ako letter the next year naman. Di ba? Kasi yun din ang problema, di ba, na when you open that door for that kind, there's no guarantee na that year. So it's good na may limit ka na 3 years. And it's unfair naman to say na lahat ng customs, lahat ng BIR, ganito, di ba? In all agencies may matitino, in all agencies may ano. But if we close the avenues, no, of discretion, then hopefully we can get closer to that, no. So thank you very much dun sa BIR, no. So sir, okay lang sa LTO? Yeah.
Sir, very quickly. There are 2 schools of thought, sir, sa LTO eh. Nung ini-governance namin, yung computerized, lalong nagka-fixer, sir. Dahil yung karamihan na nag-apply na driver, hindi computer literate, So lalong lumalapit doon sa mga, oh, computer, kami ang bahala, 2,000. So we have to hybrid siguro, sir, yung mga non-computer literate. Maybe we just need to extend public assistance so they don't have to go through the fixers along the sidewalk of East Avenue.
No, that's a good input, sir, and that's precisely what we need, di ba? Kasi kung panay theoretical tayo, tapos ipasa natin batas, yung pala in the actual application, it's different for everyone. I think, ma'am, nung nauna yung electronic filing, you still allowed na pumila, di ba? Kasi nga,
Yes, sir.
diba? Yeah.
The taxpayers has option either to electronically file using the EFPS or EBIR form wherein they can download and then pay over the counter or to the digital payment channels.
But sir, let me go beyond the mandate of this committee. I think it's what? Kay Pinoy, kay Duterte. Is it 2 or 3 administrations na may problema talaga sa plaka at saka sa license?
2016, sir, there was really a backlog. There was a Supreme Court case.
So, and ang maganda talaga sa bagong administrasyon, we're not blaming you yet.
5
Kasi
days pa
bago
lang, sir.
naman, yes. So, but will you have a time frame in fixing all of this?
We are looking at a fast track purchase of at least the license cards within 2 months.
Okay.
Because the 5 million cards na backlog talaga will take until November.
Okay.
So meron tayong iniisip na emergency purchase, sir.
So, sir,
Through Aponeda.
so kung 2 months, just to be generous, you predict that by the end of the year, magno-normalize na kayo?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. I would just like to hear that, and we know there are problems. But you know, when I got to DFA, madami talagang dahilan kung bakit puno yung appointment system and everything. But people don't want excuses, di ba? I mean, even if it's legitimate explanations. Sa publiko that we're servicing, there's no such thing as an explanation. It's either we did it or it's an excuse, di ba? And you know, when we instituted the e-payment, ang daming umangal. But as soon as we did it, 20% kaagad nung nagpapa-appointment na yun either binebenta or para mapuno yung system na libre. Ganun din sa ibang nabigyan ng express lane, nung tinanggal silang lahat, mismong yung sector nila na ibigay. But the second point I want to make, when I left DFA, there was a presentation made wherein you can take Yusek David baka tsaka Anglo baka mas alam nyo to, but sabi nga niya, di ba, the first passport during my time, you have to really go because nawala daw lahat ng data. Because the data was not owned daw by their supplier, etc., or na-corrupt, no? Na hindi corrupt as in anti-corrupt act, but as in technically na-corrupt daw yung data daw. So technically, everyone daw had to go back to get their passport and do the biometrics. But someone showed me na as soon as you renew, and for most people it's 10 years, for most, not all, kasi kung OFW ka or flight attendant ka, napupuno talaga ng tatak yung passport mo. They showed me that you can actually take a picture of yourself, you can take a picture of your passport, you can send it. Then if they need other verification, you can go to their site and look, just like what you do, for example, sa GCash, di ba? Then they can mail you the passport. And they actually do it in other, and as you said, sir, 5 days pa lang, so I will not give you recommendations for 5 years, but may I throw that to you, sir, na if you would look at that, as number 1, make sure na yung data ng LTO kayo may-ari. Kasi kung hindi, kung sa supplier, problema tayo later on. And I don't know if DICT has a policy already. I'll go to you right after. But number 2, walang problema kung the first time talagang kailangan nyo yung data. Basta can we study na pagka-renewal na, especially kung wala naman siyang ticket, wala naman anything, why not make it simple and online? Diba? But as you said nga, sir, take into consideration, you said na kung hindi naman kayang gawin. But ngayon, sir, ang lisensya is already, ano, no? Ano ba kayo? 5 years?
5 years, sir.
5 years na rin, no? So
But
maybe,
we're trying to scrap the yun hong comprehensive exam.
yeah,
Because you do not unlearn driving, sir.
yeah.
So why take an exam after when you have to renew? So we're
Yes.
looking at that, sir.
Yes, because you don't unlearn naman what you've learned na before, not correct po. But I mean, not to discuss all of your problems and not to take the jurisdiction of the Committee on Transportation, but just in sa e-governance, no, sir, yung dalawa, no, yung data, secondly nga na potential na renewals using e-governance. Of course, different sa registration kasi may inspection nung ano, 'di ba, nung sasakyan. But unless let's say may regulation kayo sa pag-inspect ng mata pagka senior na, but otherwise they can reapply lalo kung walang violation. It might be of help, no.
But on the positive side, Mr. Chairman, e-governance and digitalization has facilitated the meeting of the provider and the user of transportation through the apps, Grab, Angkas.
Yeah.
And so that is on the plus side.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Well, on that point, sir, I think we will really have more issues with LTFRB dahil doon ang mas maraming complaints. But yun nga, I just wanted people to see na there's a new person in charge and e-governance might help, but there's a practical side. Isaac, Dave, you wanted to say something about yun nga, yung sa redundancy ba, may general policy na tayo that government should own the data?
Yes, Mr. Chair, that's very relevant and very timely. In fact, we signed an MOU with the OTR recently, and I think we have, congratulations by the way, it's your 5 days stay. I think we have a meeting I think next week or this week. And not to spoil, Mr. Chair, but LTO, the OTR, and the ICT, we are merging forces together because we've seen low-hanging fruits. There are agencies, Mr. Chair, that we need to really sit down and really do it, like BIR. In fact, they top us, and we see the complexity, Mr. Chair, to be honest with you. And we're not here to pretend that we can do everything. But there are agencies that it's not that complex. It's really easy to do, like LTO. As an IT guy myself, Mr. Chair, when we're able to see and when they ask us to do a system audit, Mr. Chair, and you're very correct. I think once we have the data, we can do a lot of things. But if we are somehow, like hostage with a certain contractor, I think it's like we own the house, but we are not sleeping in our master's bedroom. We are outside, Mr. Chair. So
may speaking engagement lang si Asek Paraiso, but he's been very helpful. I'll just ask you to discuss with him to take note, 'di ba, na kasi nga ako mismo nakita ko yung ganyan mga problema even sa LGU na parang hostage sila kung magpapalit ng supplier kasi yung data pagmamay-ari ng una ng supplier, especially yung mga nauna because hindi nila tinignan yon, 'di ba? But I would like to remind the private sector there is a such thing as police power, no? Meaning kapag ka safety na ng public at yan ay kailangan ng gobyerno, except that pag kinonvine mo yung police power at saka eminent domain, di ba? So babayaran naman kayo. Pero hindi nyo pwedeng hostagein. So for example, let's say sa real property tax, di ba? For the last 15 years, may supplier ka. But then, at the start, dahil sila lang supplier, you're paying them 10 million a year. Now, yung sariling IT ng city ay sinasabi, sir, we can do it for free. Marunong na kami gumawa nung program na yan. Hindi, sir, hindi natin makuha kasi nga, kukunin daw nila yung database. So, gagawa pa tayo ng bago. Karamihan ng mga real property nung araw na resibo at card, nasa mga warehouse na or may alikabok na or whatever, no? So, ang point ko lang, while we're transitioning, di ba? So, I think all new contracts, it would be better if we mandate na ang may-ari ng data is and of course, it's covered by the Privacy Act, but I'm talking about the ownership, should be the government entity, di ba? But just in case may transition, for me, reasonable amount, babayaran mo yung supplier. Hindi naman libre. Pero hindi pwedeng i-hostage niya At pag sinabi niyang, and right now, assuming na sa private pa yon, the requirement of redundancy. Kasi yung iba, pag hindi nagustuhan yung presyo, bigla ka sasabihin na corrupt or nawala, ano magagawa mo? Pero pag hinire mo siya ulit, na-uncorrupt. Di ba? Suddenly, nandyan pa, di ba? And kawawa naman yung, especially, di ba, we're in a 3-year cycle eh. So that's the beauty minsan of elections. Pagka dumating na yung bago, tinignan, oh, ba't tayo nagbabayad ng 15 million para dyan sa system of accounting na yan? Eh, may libre o kaya merong 1 million lang. Di ba? Kaya lang, yun nga ang sasabihin, Sir, 1 million, pero yung data, hindi atin. Or, Sir, yung bago daw natin, hindi compatible. Nagkakaleche-leche, di ba? No.
Mr. Chair, example, to give you a live example of e-governance that somehow, mga small wins, Mr. Chair. PhilHealth. If you use the super app now, if you download it, pagka-click mo ng PhilHealth button, magugulat ka, kita mo agad ang contribution mo for the first time. And it took us a week, or maybe a week or 2. Kasi yung PhilHealth, meron silang in-house developers. Kaya nung hiningi namin yung API sa kanila, ang bilis, nabigay agad. And then, like 2 weeks ago, there was an experimentation, a conceptualization to, instead of papel ang i-issue sa drivers, kasi naubusan nga po ng plastic. So nagkaroon po ng meeting, DOTR, LTO, and DICT. They also asked our, somehow, our recommendation, na pwede naman pala sa mobile yung ID mo, yung driver's license mo temporarily. This will not replace the plastic card. But kaysa naman na papel na pwedeng mapunit or ibulsa mo, mabasa, pwede naman sa cellphone po eh. Imagine, ang kailangan lang namin sa LTO, Mr. Chair, is a very simple API. Sobrang dali. Like yung ginawa po ni PhilHealth, na binigyan kami ng API, in-integrate namin sa single sign-on using the super app para pagka-click mo ng button ng total nakapag-EKYC ka naman na sa super app, hindi ka naman pwedeng pekein yon kasi may AI, face recognition, and verification ng identity, bubulaga agad-agad sa iyo yung PhilHealth contributions. As easy as that. Sa LTO, ganun din. Okay? Pagka-click mo ng LTO at gusto mong magkaroon ng temporary driver's license, bubulaga agad-agad sa iyo yung temporary driver's license mo, as simple as that. Okay? Example, and OE. Opo, hindi po nangyari yon kasi nga hindi pa nabigay yung API sa amin. So I think the contractor naman, they told us that they're preparing it. Pero
kasi sa PhilHealth in-house kaya mabilis. Yeah. But sir, we will ask the contractor to give that to them, yung API.
Meron na pong letter.
Meron na. Yeah. Yeah, but I mean if it's a no-brainer, sir, di ba? At saka contractor, bigay nila.
Imagine nyo po.
But that's my point nga. Let's make an example. I know it's a business and I know all of them ganyan. Pero nga, pagka government, sa akin, nung sinasabi yun, simple lang eh. Yung tao na API lang pala ibibigay, hindi na sila ma-API. Di ba? So, it's very encouraging eh. Di ba? To know na ganyan. So, I would still be balanced na meron kay contractor, may kontrata sila, they have to make money, di ba? But having said that, if it's something that for public convenience, you pay them whatever for whatever that they did. But hindi man pwede na i-stop yung progress. Can I request something, Yusek David? And again, I don't want to use the committee na meron maapi or meron talagang matulak. But nababother talaga ako dun sa national ID. Kasi nga, we keep encouraging everyone to get it. Tapos wala. But hindi ba pwedeng the same sa national ID na pag nag-apply, bigyan na lang muna ng digital?
Actually, Mr. Chair,
Ginagawa nyo na.
if you click the QR code now you can see the digital national ID, Mr. Chair.
So I'm so happy. That's why I like having you here dahil either ginagawa nyo na or the next hearing ginagawa nyo na. But I think that'll be very good news because, sa totoo lang, maraming congressman at senador sumisikat pagka talagang pinipinpoint yung mabagal and everything. Kaya lang nga, people lose faith in the government as a whole when one agency is having problems. So halimbawa, kung mabagal yung passport o mabagal lisensya, naapektuhan lahat eh. And sa akin talaga, alam mo, butt of jokes na yung national ID eh. Pero pag naayos natin yan, I think it will be really good, no?
I think magagawa
ngayon,
natin,
when they
Mr. Chair.
apply, they'll already be given a...
Yes, if you download the super app, although it's not yet called national ID, but you can use this already as your ID wherever you go.
But can you check with the national ID? Kasi theoretically, if you have that, you don't need, well, except if the bank asks you for 2 IDs, di ba? But theoretically, when you have the national ID, yun sana yung ating, pinaka-identification.
Meron pong talks, Mr. Chair.
Yeah.
Sa lukuyan pong
Or
nagdi-discuss.
we have to amend the law. Yan na lang ang national ID. I mean, semantics naman yan di ba?
Meron po, Mr. Chair, nag-uusap po ang PSA
Sige.
at DOJ.
But you get my point lang naman, di ba? People don't care what is the official, again, basta't you have it and basta't reliable. Di ba? Yusek, Tala.
Sir,
Again,
good
welcome back to the Senate.
Thank you very much, sir. Personal experience lang po with regard to the national ID system. I received a text message from, I think, the PSA po, allowing, parang instructing us to download a certain link or pressing a certain link, and then it directs you to your e-card. So there's an e-version na po, electronic version of your national ID. But there's instruction also to make sure that you keep it safe, privacy, etc. So
I'm happy kung ganun na, and I'll
Yes.
give that answer sa nagtatanong. So can we make sure naman na sa lahat tatanggapin yan? Kasi that's the other side of the coin, di ba? Na kung hindi alam nung bangko, hindi alam ng security guards sa building, yung mga security guards, may association yan at saka under the supervision ng PNP So, di ba? Kasi that's what you don't want din naman. Isipin mo, official national ID. Tapos pagdadaan ako sa isang building, gaganon ko, sir, hindi ko kailangan yan. Kailangan kong yung nyo, di ba?
Yes, Mr. Chair. Kaya nga po, e-governance is all about the use case. Hindi lang dahil may QR code ka or may ID ka, okay na. Di ba? May national ID na tayo. It should be used. That's why when we develop, Mr. Chair, the eGov Super App, once you show your QR code to LTO, pag QR code ito, hindi niya kuha yung data ko. I have a message that, are you sure you want to share your data to LTO? Now, the data sovereignty, we're giving the power of data sharing to the people. It's not even the ICT or the government will share the data. It's the person himself. Pagka-click mo ng yes, I wanna share, then face recognition, ma-automatic na agad si LTO, hindi na siya mag-encode. Nandun na ang first name, ang last name, ang middle name, ang birth date. Hindi na rin siya manghihingi ng ID for verification. So ito yung new technology, Mr. Chair, that we are discussing with PSA, That's why like po yung plano po ng LTO, although nag-uusap pa ho, Mr. Chair, I think for the first time man lang sana na kukuha ka ng driver's license mo habang nagkakape ka. And then pagka-click mo doon na get my temporary digital ID kasi na mag-antay ng papel, bubula agad-agad sa'yo yung na hindi ka na magka-submit ng anything. Nowadays, Mr. Chair, hindi na po siya rocket science. It's really easy to do now. I think, tama po, Mr. Chair, I think it's all about the political will also and the cooperation of the contractors and the agency per se, Mr. Chair.
Although sa commission on appointments, more on human pa kami at human research intelligence, ganyan. But maraming nagawa si ASEC na to improve the system ng CA. So I'm quite confident na yung mga problema sa LTO ay mabibigyan ng solusyon. Thank you. Ma'am Tala, yes?
Yes, sir. Sir, on official capacity naman, sir, representing the Presidential Communications Office, we just like to raise 3 short points lang, sir, regarding the e-governance bills. So the proposed measures provide for the following. The first one is to mandate the heads of government agencies, offices, and instrumentalities to establish and implement freedom of information along with other policies and programs in coordination with the DICT. And second, establishment of an online public service portal to serve as help desk where citizens can request for information and assistance on government frontline services and service procedures, among others. We'd like to inform po the committee that these directives are already being done by the PCO through our FOI, Freedom of Information Project Management Office. This was created in 2016, and the PCO was designated as the lead agency in the implementation of FOI programs or initiatives in the executive branch, including its online version or electronic version. And since the creation of the FOI PMO, we have conducted several projects, including roadshows, campus caravans, course certificate course for information officers and consultation systems together with LGUs. Just to inform also the body that the FOI PMO will be hosting the 14th International Conference of Information Commissioners, which is an annual meeting of the information commissioners and ombudspersons and other right to information bodies which seek to promote and protect the implementation of laws to improve the public's right to access information and build and share knowledge, and to improve the public's right to share knowledge and best practices on transparency and accountability globally. Ang FOI PMO po, nagmamanage din po sila ng web portal which is called the eFOI portal, which can be considered an online library of government information, consolidating 590 government agencies into a single platform with 170,000 registered users, and they have received more than 170,000 requests also for information. Along with the eFOI portal, they also manage the FOI mobile application. So through these two digital platforms po, they are able to redirect the requests for information from the public to the appropriate government agency that can provide the data being requested. And we're also mindful of the exemptions po from the freedom of information. So there are limits naman po as to the kind of information being given to the public that has requested for example, data and research. And then second, just quick point, the PCO is also mandated to develop and implement mechanisms pertaining to information dissemination. The subject bills on e-governance seek to enact a provision to develop programs spearheaded by the ICT. However, we would like to clarify that these provisions being considered in the bills would pertain only to the digital infrastructure so that it would not come into conflict with the mandate of the PCO. In accordance with its mandate, the PCO is the primary agency tasked to perform duties pertaining to information dissemination on official activities and issuances of the executive branch and the office of the president. So that's one thing that we would like to request for the committee to clarify po. And then lastly, this pertains to the publication requirement in the official gazette. Notably, in the transition to e-governance, the proposed measures require government agency to electronically publish notices and other documents. This provision, however, may run into conflict with the established requirement of publication in the official gazette as emphasized in the existing Philippine laws and jurisprudence, including Section 1 of Commonwealth Act number 638, Article 2 of the Civil Code of the Philippines, and the landmark case of Tanyada versus Tuvera regarding the compulsory requirement for publication. And this extends to all notices, documents, information, and issuances of a public nature and of general applicability. So the PCO respectfully submits that the matter for clarification by the committee if the electronic manner of publication serves to supersede the well-established legal principles and jurisprudence on the traditional modes of publication. As a matter of information also for the committee, the National Printing Office, which is an attached agency of the PCO, is mandated to print the official gazette, and they are the repository of the official gazette itself and other official documents. But also, as a matter of information, we have electronic version also of the official gazette, both online and as in an app. And in sum, Mr. Chair, the development of electronic or digital platforms to deliver relevant information on government programs and services, the PCO proffers that the passage of the proposed e-Governance Act should in fact harness or strengthen its existing programs and capabilities to provide much better services to the public instead of curtailing its mandate, powers, and functions. So the PCO submits the following recommendations: that the PCO remain as the lead agency in implementing the Freedom of Information program. The scope of which will now be extended beyond the executive branch. Second, the PCO be included as one of the lead agencies in information dissemination, being espoused in the proposed measure to work side by side with the DICT, which will provide expertise on the technical aspects of the e-governance program. And lastly, that the PCO be consulted on matters relevant to the development and improvement of government websites and the establishment of e-bulletin boards. We also offer our assistance, Mr. Chair, in the technical working group that will be organized by this committee. And with that, Mr. Chair, we appreciate and extend our thanks to the committee for convening this.
Thank you very much, Yusek. So let me address yung first. First of all, I'd like to thank you for taking that up kasi hindi naman sekreto sa atin lahat na maraming members of Congress titignan lang what's happening.
Yes.
Then we'll fight the bill. May silbi naman siya to institutionalize it. But actually, the bill did not really establish that system. But ginawa lang, diba, na standard yan, or like the 4-piece, for example, lumaki. Pero how do you make it standard by institutionalizing it nga, di ba? So, but what we want to do sana here sa e-governance bill is that may input kayo. Let's get ahead of it. Di ba? So like when we made the 4-piece a law, hindi natin tinignan talaga na how big do we want it, magra-graduate by, etc. I mean, so much input, so much hard work, and it's a good law. But I'm just saying, we don't intend to just say na ginagawa na to ng DICT, maganda na yung patakbo ng bagong administrasyon, let's make it a law. Let's make sure that the law is not humahabol dun sa nangyayari, but we'll get ahead and provide a good framework. Having said that, dun sa ibang issues na dinala nyo that needs clarification, we're more than happy to clarify where we'll lean on, but right now we're just really hearing everyone. So if may stand na kayo on that certain issue, so di ba, like if you watch for example sa US, di ba, talagang ang Pentagon, iba ang spokesperson kaso sa State Department kaysa sa White House spokesperson, then I guess may protocol na sila di ba, na who says what. And uso talaga sa kanila yung yung I defer. Diba, that is a operational matter. I will defer to the Pentagon spokesperson. I remember early in the Duterte administration, diba, with PCO nga, with Sec Martin, we actually sa Department of Finance, he knows talaga ni Sec Sani. We got all the spokespersons of the different agencies and we got a speaker na taga-media din to try to put some order into that. So we'll be, although the bill is not on that, but tama ka, no? If it either should be silent and allow you to make the rules, or if it puts something rules na nandun yung input nyo, di ba?
One last comment, sir. Since the PCO has taken the initiative naman po to to start coordinating mechanism among the agencies of the executive branch, we have been meeting regularly po and coordinating with one another, as I said, to make sure that we have one message and that we are also able to amplify the messages about their own messages about their programs and activities, so that we're also able to reach out to the public din po about this information.
But feel free to yung comment on us. For example, if you say, it's just too complicated, we shouldn't even mention that, di ba? But for example, doon naman sa official gazette, ang pagkaintindi ko again, we don't have a committee report yet, so but ang pagkaintindi ko, anything that's really covered by existing law, which is, halimbawa, any new law, kailangan talaga may publication. Diba? But I think ang intent ng ibang authors dito is that anything that does not require publication but it's good for the public to know, ilagay nyo man lang sa website niya. Diba? So for example, if NTC has some regulations na may penalty yan at kailangan sundin nila, I think you really have to publish it, whether on the website or in there. But let's say it's just a simple regulatory thing na walang it's for FYI lang. There's no harm in in that. But I agree with you, kailangan din ng guidelines not only sa FOI but also sa data privacy, di ba? Because not everyone's that familiar. Baka makapag-post ka ng nagva-violate talaga doon. Remember, many Filipinos are more familiar with Facebook and Instagram, which is ilantad mo yung buong buhay mo rather than with data privacy, which is hindi mo data yon. So Facebook, sa kanya yon. So kung gusto niyang ilantad yon, nasa kanya yon. But some would argue kasi, nilagay niya na birthday niya dun eh. So what kung nirelease ko yung birthday niya dito sa agency ko? So there's some familiarization that has to be done with the laws. It's 5 o'clock, and as I said, I don't want to hold everyone, but we do have the Department of Migrant Workers to present. I heard we also invited, I apologize, na the Department of Tourism and yung CHESA and Bureau of Immigration. We'll see whether they'll submit na lang or may questions sa kanila. But for those, especially po sa first part na you wanna go and get ahead, I'm sorry, 5 o'clock, baka traffic na rin, but feel free I will not take offense. Ang Department of Migrant Workers, sanay po sila, nakausap nila, the next day mag-abroad na. So kung mawawala kalahati ng kwarto, sanay na po yung mga yan dahil OFWs talaga. So thank you very much for those who attended. Sir, if you have to go, I know busy kayo for first few days pa lang. So can I recognize Director Charles am I saying it right? Tabu, yeah. Management Information Technology Service ng POEA, of course, representing the Honorable Susan Tuts Ople ng Department of Migrant Workers. And we also have Directory Jocelyn Hapal of Policy and Program Development ng OWA ba, ma'am? OWA na. Yeah. Sir.
Yeah, good afternoon, Mr. Chair. On behalf of the Department of Migrant Workers.
Sir, before I just give you the floor, yung gustong mag-socialize or makilala yung iba, that's one of the intentions of the committee. There's coffee and merienda sa likod. So if you want to stand up now but just get to know the other departments and going, as long as we do it quietly, please, there's coffee and konting merienda dun sa likod. Sir, Charles, sorry for that.
Yeah. On behalf of the Department of Migrant Workers, the newest department of the executive branch, I'm pleased to inform you that the first mobile apps or the DMW mobile apps intended for the OFWs worldwide is about to be launched this month. Although it's already present.
Congratulations. Quick question, sir. OEC kasama dyan?
Yes po.
Okay.
Yan yung number 1 po sa OEC. Yeah. First thing is, although it's already present on the Android and in the iOS version, we are still doing some enhancement just to ensure that comes the soft launch, which we are already targeting at the end of this month, as much as possible. Minimum na lang yung aming marireceive ng mga feedbacks from the OFWs. So our target is to launch it on yung mga big countries na nagkakaroon ng problema sa OEC, like in the Middle East, Saudi Arabia, we have UAE, we have Singapore, and we have Hong Kong. So ito yung mga first na launching po namin. This first comes the end of this month. And just to...
And sir, to give them a sneak peek, di ba? Kasi marami pa rin nagko-complain sa OEC. To be fair, to both DFA and to the Department of Migrant Workers, since nag-umpisa to, nabantayan ko yung issue na yan, marami ng improvements. Pero meron pa rin natitira, di ba? So for example, under certain cases, they cannot get it in their country, di ba? For example, pag dun na hire, they still have to go back here and get it, or pag uwi nila. Kasi ang main complaint ng OFW, fix yung date nila ng pag-uwi. And syempre gusto nila ng certainty, hindi sila pwedeng malate sa pag-uwi. So kung uwi sila, kahit sabihin mo kompleto requirements, kinakabahan sila na baka hindi nila makuha yung OEC, hindi sila makaalis. So many of the OFWs, mas gusto nila, pag aalis sila from where sila may employment, meron na silang OEC. So this app will make it simple for them. Sneak peek lang na with that app, pwedeng doon na sila mag-apply and everything. Ganun ba yan?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. That's correct po. Bali, yung mobile apps po, may indicator po doon through the QR code. Kapag nag-green na yung QR code, it means good to go na siya. The QR code is equivalent to the standard OEC po. So,
So
yeah.
you don't even have to mail it to them na yung QR code na ang kanilang OEC. No?
Yes po.
But for ngayon, yung mga i-deploy nyo pa lang ngayon, automatic may OEC na sila or they have to apply pa ulit?
Before the implementation of this one, the same pa rin yung ano nila, yung 80% which are already exempted in taking OAC, exempted in the sense that they're going back to the same country, the same employer, and yung contract na the same pa rin.
Pero clear sa immigration yun, ha?
Yes pa.
Kasi yung problema pag may exemption o hindi at bansa, I mean, we're all human eh. So, especially kung bago yung officer or kaya they didn't used to handle OFWs, means what we want to do is to stop the argument. Diba na, and to be fair sa immigration, minsan tama sila. Minsan akala nung OFW exempted siya, hindi naman pala. Diba? But with social media now, it's so easy to to vilify or to say napaka-ano nito. Sometimes we make mistakes, sometimes talaga naman dapat pagalitan yung nagpahirap, whether customs yan, whether immigration, whatever. But sometimes the disagreement comes with the policy. So for me, whether exemption hindi, basta ang point, pagkabagong OFW ngayon, wag ng second application, di ba? Na bago sila paalisin, meron na rin sila noon. Or kung exempted, it's very clear na. Ano ba yung basis ng exception ngayon, yung country?
Sa ngayon po, Mr. Chair, ang basis of exemption is yung contract. Yung contract ay walang change dun sa contract. Change in the sense na hindi ka nagbago ng employer mo o hindi ka lumipat sa ibang country.
But hindi ba gugulo sa immigration yon? Baka mas madali, meron na rin silang QR code para pag sinabi na saan OEC nyo, pakita mo na lang.
Bali,
Hindi ba argument pa yon pag sinabi niya sa... Nandito yung immigration di ba? Nandito pa ba? Yeah. Baka we can ask them, anong ba mas gusto nila? May exemption o meron na rin QR code sila, di ba?
Yeah, Mr. Chair, before they even get the QR code, it passes through the verifications already. Na-verify na rin ito ng MWO, formerly the Polo on the job site pa.
No, I agree. That's you. And that's them. Pero sino ba naghahanap ng OEC pag aalis ng bansa?
The immigration.
Immigration. So yun ang problema. Di ba? Go ahead. Yan.
Mr. Chair, I'm quite involved on that note, Mr. Chair. The OEC is not just a process QR code to be given to the OFW. There are integrations, especially to the Bureau of Immigration, Mr. Chair. In fact, if you go to immigration on the e-governance note, you don't need even to show the QR code, Mr. Chair. So once you scan the passport, automatic bubulagan na sa immigration officer agad-agad na may OEC ka na. So you don't need even to show anything at all.
No, I agree with that, and I'm really happy you keep mentioning that. But ang point ko, yung meron sila ngayon yung exempted at hindi. So lalabas din ba sa script na exempted?
Yes, Mr. Chair.
Okay.
Another good example, Mr. Chair.
Kasi I'm talking from experience nung OFW na nagte-text sa akin.
Yeah.
Na although ito, hindi exempted. But ang point niya, sir, ang problema ko kasi pag na-hold ako, hindi ko nakuha flight pabalik, hindi one day na absent yun na walang trabaho, pwede kaming tanggalin.
Yeah.
So ganun ang kaba talaga ng OFW.
Yes, Mr. Chair. That's why we've been trying to explain to DMW before when we've met them since October last year that there are ways to imagine, Mr. Chair. So app is okay, Mr. Chair. Maganda na meron kang DMW app. Pero Mr. Chair, the OEC is being used by what? I was an OFW. I only come home once a year, twice a year, siguro. So meaning I'm gonna use the app for once a year or once in every 2 years. So another button in my cell phone that I will be only using it for the next 2 years. So on the e-governance and in the ease of doing business, Mr. Chair, that's why I've been discussing to Charles that imagine the OFW, they need to use e-travel. Number 2, they will apply for passport. Number 3, they will apply for NBI clearance. Number 4, they need to apply for jobs. those forced nasa super app na eh. Diba? That's why I've been telling Charles na bakit ayaw nyo na lang na i-integrate sa super app natin para hindi ang daming button yung laman ng OFW sa cellphone niya. Diba? And then the distress button is also part of our initiative. In fact, kung OFW ka, pwede ka mag-report kung na-abuse ka, etc. etc. So, again, Mr. Chair, these are the things that, with your indulgence, Mr. Chair, since this committee...
May question, may subsection ba yung super app mo? Kasi I think what they want, just because I came from DFA din, di ba? Siyempre yung OFWs kasi naghahanap ng ownership.
Yes,
Na
Mr. Chair.
kami to eh. So, it might be, hindi ko kayo pinangunahan, it might be acceptable if sa super app, meron ka talagang parang OFW, di ba parang senior citizen eh, naintindihan kita eh. Kung halimbawa ang nandito ngayon ay director or presidente ng senior at meron super app for senior at sinasabi mo, may app for senior citizens at sinasabi mo, alam mo ma'am, sa super app, nandun na rin kayo. Although, for example, no, many OFWs, hindi ko alam kung sinama nyo sa app nyo, importante sa yung Philcom, how to connect dun sa lugar nila. Especially dun sa mga may kafala system. Kasi hindi sila nakakalabas nang walang paalam yung ano. So, halimbawa, katulad nun, will that be on the super app?
Yes,
But
Mr.
I
Chair.
get you for the for the essentials, for the government services. But let's say for the
OFW.
non-government, but let's say sa socials nung ano, or just to connect nung mga OFW.
May ownership, Mr. Chair. That's why may button na OFW eh.
Yeah.
But if you click it now, soon pa lang siya.
Okay.
So, I think, I really...
I hear you. Anyway, Charles, just not to further the argument, kasi both well-meaning, pag-aralan nyo yun. But sa akin, whether it's your own app or it's a button, as long as may ownership na OFW, and lagay nyo pa OFW/DMW, I see both sides kasi. Di ba? I mean, even the socials eh. Karamihan, let's say sa Hong Kong, they'll form their own Facebook page rather than use an app eh. Di ba? Kung sasabihin mo, halimbawa, samahan ng mga Ilonggo sa Hong Kong, more or less baka mag-Facebook app yan. Kaso sa gamitin ng mag-Facebook rather than mag-app na magkakasama kayo doon ng gano'n. No? So, yeah.
And
But go ahead, but I was just really focusing on the OEC kasi I think if there's one thing na yun pa rin ang inaano nung if there's two things na inaano ng OFWs, one yung safety nila. 'Di ba? Paano nila i-SOS yung embassy o consulate kung may problema. And then secondly nga yung OSC, yung pag-uwi nila yan. No?
Yes po, Mr. Chair. And the DMW mobile app is not only one of the major, yung first na yung initial na launching na is we were focusing on OEC. But mahaba-haba po yung ating yung milestone na gagawin natin sa DMW. Like one of them is since doon sa mobile app natin, we were already capturing the principal, the PRA, their whereabouts, and the contact person. So, pwedeng dumating ang time na bago umalis ang OFW ay nagbe-message na pa ang OFW na, hey, principal, darating po.
I understand and I see both sides. Ang point ko lang from the point of view of the ICT, for example lang if you were an OFW, pero meron ka rin, member ka rin ng co-op dito sa Pilipinas, and then senior citizen ka na rin, and then PWD ka na rin, kung sasabihin ng gobyerno may app for PWD, may app for POEA, for OFW, may app for PWD, may app for cooperatives, may app for ganito. Puno na yung phone mo na app na minsan mo lang gagamitin.
Yeah.
Samantalang kung meron kang super app or whatever a comprehensive app na pagpindot mo doon. So look at the new phones. Yung lahat ng Google services naka-box sa isang box. Tabi-tabi na yung Google, what do you call this, Gmail, etc. Kung ayaw mo na siya ihiwalay kasi ang dami na niya eh. So may isang box lang siya na Google. So I won't argue with you guys. I know you have your own system of doing it at hindi ako magmamarunong sa inyong dalawa, but consider each other's arguments lang.
Of course.
Diba?
Yes, Mr. Chair, just an important note lang. I just wish that immigration is here.
Yeah, no,
Kasi they can be the one to really explain. Actually, they were here a while ago, Mr. Chair.
Ironically, umalis na yung immigration, but dapat ang
Oh,
Ang OFW yung dapat umalis, pero hindi. But we'll have them next time. It's my fault, hindi ko sila na-announce.
Yeah, they ask our help kasi, Mr. Chair. Sa immigration, they ask our help to help sana DMW. Because imagine the e-travel, Mr. Chair, okay? When we integrate e-travel directly to the immigration system, you don't need to show anything. Pagka-scan,
On that point lang Sir Charles, doon ako naman mag-i-insist Hindi pwedeng hindi integrated into the immigration kasi sila ang titingin, hindi kayo So kahit anong insist nyo na walang problema, exempted yan. Pag dumating yan sa immigration at wala sa screen ng officer yan at away yan, kawawa OFW, kawawa din yung immigration. Kasi pag nakunan yung officer, magba-viral yan, para ba siyang ang nagpapahirap sa but how would he know? Unless nandun sa screen. So I won't interfere whether it's your app or your app kasi, that's the executive department, you have to talk about it. But in terms of, anong term na ginagamit pa parati, yung use.
use case. Dapat one time lang, Mr. Chair. Imagine mo kung naka-integrate ka na sa e-travel, hindi na kawawa sa immigration na mag-i-integrate na naman siya kay DMW na naman. Yung buhay ni immigration, Mr. Chair, ang dami niyang asikasuhin, Mr. Chair. Imagine mo siyang mag-i-integrate kay DFA, kay DMW, kay DOT, marami siyang gagawin, Mr. Chair. But using the e-travel platform, we're able to solve a super huge problem, unifying it in a single platform. So that's why I think we will just discuss na lang, Mr. Chair.
Discuss it. It's good we're discussing it kasi today is actually 'di ba, Migrant Workers Day, and alam niyo naman, 'di ba, I'm one of the main authors, the first author nung bill. Ang isang kasi yan, Jay, talagang gusto ng OFW may ownership That's why also we put one department kasi nagsisisihan Pag halimbawa, education, sabihin may scholarship OWA, pero pagdating dito, tuturo sa DepEd, sa TESDA, etc. And it's not an excuse. I mean, talagang nagkakaroon ng ganun So hopefully with the department, one department, isa lang ang kausap nila. But yun naman ang sinasabi naman ni Yusek. Gusto mo ba yung OFW marami ding kausap sa gobyerno o one government na lang, which is yung super app. So I can really see the two arguments. But yun nga, if there's a way na yung DMW/OFW app will be there but may ownership then, take a look at that. But yung main concern ko nga is that for example, sabihin mo rin na, sir, nasa app na yung scholarship. So pagka under certain circumstance, may automatic yung pamilya nila sa TESDA. I want to make sure lang na TESDA actually knows na meron silang scholarship. Kasi for example, sa local government code, ang SK is libre dapat sa SUC. Pero syempre, pagdating sa SUC, tatanungin nila, sir, sino magbabayad? Puno na rin kami and everything. So, we just want to make sure na kung anong i-advertise natin. Sa private sector kasi, di ba, pag in-advertise nila, so pag sinabi halimbawa ng Toyota, ganito kabilis ang kotse ko, they will stake their name na talagang aabot ng ganun speed. Kasi kung hindi, malulugi sila. Wala nang bibili ng kotse nila. But sa gobyerno, we sometimes give a lot of guarantees pero hindi natutupad. Kaya bumababa ang tingin ng tao sa gobyerno. And wala naman silang choice. Wala namang ibang pupuntahan Unlike sa private sector, kung hindi maayos yung X, lipat ka sa Y. Hindi maayos yung Y, lipat ka sa 'di ba? Sa kung ano man, no. So ano pang sa initiative ng DMW ang magiging part ng e-governance niyo?
Yung isa pa sa ginagawa namin ngayon which is going to be deliverable by the end of this month or early next month is yung isang verification ng contracts, which we call yung mga employers na kumukuha ng data dito sa atin ng mga workers, which takes us usually 3 months before. We're going to cut it down into 3 weeks na lang po siya. What we call the
Quick question, sir, on that similar line. List ng accredited recruitment agency. Kasi magugulat ka, during the digital age ngayon, marami pa rin na pepeke na naska-scam ng illegal recruiter. So, di ba? So like right now, if you talk about fake news, napakasimple lang i-google mo you can actually fact check by yourself eh. So is there a way now to just go to a certain website or sa app nyo ba na makikita mo yung nagre-recruit sa'yo, whether legitimate ano yun, recruiter or hindi?
Doon po sa website ng DMW po, andun po yung mga whitelisted po. It means
Okay.
yung mga
So nandun yung name nung recruitment.
Yes
But how do you verify kung yung kausap mo is really a member doon? They have to call the agency.
yes po,
Kasi di ba, I can tell you, I'm from Green Cross Recruitment Agency and I'm recruiting for hospitals in Europe. Tapos pag tinignan niya sa website, meron talagang ganun pangalan. Pero hindi pala ako connected doon. So how do you...
Sir, meron po kaming yung accreditation number po na yung license number po sir,
Yeah.
nasa database po namin, sir.
May I recommend lang as the secretary and all of you go on media, kahit hindi tinatanong, ulitin nyo lang yon. Kasi marami pa rin nagsusumbong na naska-scam sila or, di ba, pagpaalis na sila or nagbayad na sila. You know, we keep telling Filipinos, kapag kayong hiningi sa inyo ay malabo, huwag kayo basta't maniwala, di ba? Pagka sinabi sa inyong 20% ang kikitain nyo dyan, o sasabihin sa inyo, magbayad ka lang ng ganito kahit walang dokumento, makakapunta ka na ng Saudi. We keep telling huwag maniwala eh. But syempre, pagka desperate, di ba? Desperate ka kumita, 20% interest. Pag bigay mo 100,000, bibigyan ka agad ng 20. Then pagdating ng 500,000 na binigay mo, magdi-disappear na lang yung kausap mo. Di ba? Ganun din, yung parang nakailan ahensya ka na, hindi ka makapag-abroad, pero sinabi nung isa, hindi, pera lang yan pare. Bigyan mo akong 200, kahit ano, makakaano na. So, I just like to request that, you know, we, and maybe sa PCO din, di ba, that we just keep repeating it until people really listen na, you know, verify muna bago kayong magbigay ng pera or kung sino nagre-recruit sa inyo. Kasi kawawa naman eh, desperado na. Kaya lang nga, yun nga, I mean, before the registration ng SIM, di ba? Issue nga dito sa senador. Senador Nas, kinascam pa na nagpapakilalang mayor or ambassador or governor na may piyesta, humihingi ng contribution, di ba?
I just want to reiterate, Mr. Chairman, that we are also in conjunction with the e-governance of the ICT, that we're going to coordinate with them to fulfill the mandate to be, they will be to the direction of the government na magkakaroon ng halos isang portal for all the apps po. So, rest assured po on that regard.
Sige, and maybe Yusek, since alam mo naman yung context ng ownership, community, OFW, ganyan, tignan mo rin, di ba? So, halimbawa, kung may super app, pero you can help them develop their website or you can help, you know, I don't know what the solution is, but I'm sure sa dami ng options online, we can find something na talagang may ownership din yung ating mga OFWs. Kahit dito, di ba? I remember talaga when I was a young congressman and young councilor sa Taguig, ang lakas-lakas nung mga sons and daughters ng mga veterano. But can you imagine, and I was encouraging some of the kamag-anak pa ng mga soldiers at police sa Taguig na buhayin nyo yun. Kasi ngayon may technology na eh. Pwede kayo mag-Facebook page, pwede kayo may QR code pag may meeting para alam mo. May mga family tree ngayon na pwede mong mga apps na buuin mo yung family tree, di ba? But I think there's so much pa with IT and social media that we can use to really help our OFWs feel talaga that there are modern day heroes, di ba? So let's not limit it lang sa governance. I think, you know, with your expertise din, at nung sinabi mong OFW ka rin dati, so alam mo rin yung feeling, di ba? Na naghahanap ka rin ng sense of community talaga.
Actually, Mr. Chair, I also totally understand the stand of other agencies. And I feel that sometimes they have apprehension in merging their system to the super app. But education is very important. Like yung PhilHealth kanina, I mentioned PhilHealth, di ba? Pagka-click mo, kita mo contribution mo. Hindi po kami nagmamanage ng PhilHealth system. We don't have access to their data, to their source code. They have their own. But meron lang kaming SSO, single sign-on. Okay? So ganun din po ang DMW.
So kumbaga sa 1960s yung mga sine, kayo yung di ba? Kayo yung operator na kinoconnect nyo lang.
Yes. So
diba?
hindi...
Sila pa rin nag-uusap. Pero ang trabaho nyo, kayo ang switchboard, di ba? Hindi na alam ng mga bata yun, di ba? Yung switchboard nyo,
Tama po.
kinoconnect nyo lang
Opo.
sila. Oo.
Kaya don't worry po, the e-governance is not to take and do your job, okay? And we're not interfering in your mandate. Our job is to bring ease of doing business to people. Kumbaga sa daan, hindi spaghetti ang napupuntahan natin. Rotonda po ang ginagawa natin. So all you need to do is link to that rotonda so that Juan de la Cruz, drive to that rotonda, may access siya sa napakaraming daan. So hindi kami po makikialam sa database, you maintain it, source code, you maintain it, contractor nyo pa rin yan. Wala pong mawawala po sa inyo. But the e-governance is to really bring total ease of doing business to people. To Juan de la Cruz, like OFW, I was an OFW before. At nakita ko po yung complexity ng pagiging isang OFW. Imagine mo, ang daming website na pupuntahan mo, kukuha ka ng apostille, kukuha ka ng birth certificate, kukuha ka ng driver's ng NBI clearance, kukuha ka ng passport mo, pupunta ka pa sa sa PUA, pipila ka, mapapasa ka. It's really very complex. But nowadays, since there are new technologies without disrupting your current mandate, nagagaan talaga ang buhay ng mga OFW, Mr. Chair. I'm glad that Charles is saying that he's willing to coordinate with the ICT, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
No, thank you. And if everyone would bear with us, no, we'll have a couple of hearings kasi nga sana bago mag-SONA or on or about that week, we'll have a committee report, di ba? Para nga magawa natin. But as I saying, madaling gumawa ng committee report ngayon if we just, tignan ko lang yung ginagawa nyo, Yusek, di ba? Tapos gawin na natin batas. But we want to make sure lang na, kung ano man gagawin natin will be a good framework for at least 10 years. So feel free, lahat ng agencies nandito at yung hindi ko natawag today, to submit nga yung inyong opinion. And as I said, no, feel free to use the venue to be able to connect and to meet each other. No? So is there any other last minute comments or violent objections? Kung wala, we'll just, yes ma'am, meron ma? Yeah, go ahead please. Yes, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just to mention, in relation to the DMW OEC, as of now, ang Bureau of Immigration would ask for a copy of the PDOS, Pre-Departure Orientation Seminar, as additional proof for the OEC. But now we have piloted an online system-generated PDOS certificate. So the OFW, without having to present a physical PDOS, it can be verified. So we're willing to integrate on that matter. We'll have the API link either to the POEA or the ICT, whatever is the arrangement for that. Okay. And on another note on e-governance, Mr. Chair, the COVID-19 pandemic pushed us or compelled us to go digital. In 2020 to 2022, we have created seven systems, all publicly facing data protection data systems. At the heart of it is the UWIAN app, where we were able to trace, keep track of OFWs returning to the country. And based on our system, we have serviced 1.03 million OFW returnees, provided with food, transportation via land, air, and sea, and hotel accommodations in more than 350 hotels. So we were able to orchestrate that in coordination from the Bureau of Immigration up to the LGU level. So ganun po yung ang laking bagay po ng system na na-create, making sure
I'm
that
happy, Director, that it's that.
Yes.
And as I said nga, no, kahit hindi kayo tinatanong sa media, kasi it's just really our system na mas madali talaga yung negative sa positive. And of course, kung ikaw OFW, aanin mo yung positive kung hindi mo naranasan. Samantalang naranasan mo yung negative. But it's good to hear. So let's use the committee but also use yung interviews nyo to, para nakikita naman ng OFWs, marami pa rin problema, pero marami na rin kaming nababago. Diba?
Yes, that's good to hear, Mr. Chair. From the lessons of the pandemic response, we would like to see to it that there are really systems that in case any crisis would strike us, we are now more ready and more confident using systems. Okay, I would just like to mention two systems that would, of course, of interest to DMW and the ICT. One is about our OWA mobile app. This mobile app does not only allow access of the OFW to programs and services of OWA, make their membership payment, but it can be able to track OFWs. For instance, Mr. Chair, our team went to Sudan, okay, and we're able to register more than 600 Filipinos in Sudan. Okay, and our team were able to assist in the repatriation of more than 539 Filipinos. But there are 140 Filipinos who chose to stay in Sudan and even in Egypt and even going outside of the to Saudi. Okay, but our mobile app says here, doing using geomapping services, hindi po 140. So medyo nag-worry kami doon. What happens to those who stayed there? So one thing is we observe yung connectivity rin. Yes, in Egypt, in Sudan, may problema rin talaga po ng connection. And hearing about the presentation of the Director General for PhilSA, maybe there might be a way to use satellites as a way to determine the location of the OFWs. This is particularly so in the case of fishers on board fishing vessels flying international waters. Kapag po nawala, of course we know that vessels are being tracked internationally. Alam natin yung location po niya. But the OFWs na, let's say, hinulog, nahulog, we would never know eh. Kaya po, napaka-importante rin that we require for us to be able to track.
Let me encourage you to pursue, lalo kung meron mga bagong technology. Kasi nung nasa DFA ako,
Yes.
in-offer nung China. Kasi ang China actually has a system where there's 100 million Chinese citizens at any point in time that's traveling the world. Kasi more than 1 billion sila. Di ba? So they actually have a system that they know where they are. And pag tumawag yung isang OFW sa home base, they will be directed sa consulate or sa embassy kung saan sila. So they were offering that system na medyo mahal, but apparently we didn't pursue it. But katulad niyan, yan, app, you don't even need the whole
Yes.
system. So let me just encourage you to pursue it. No? And then in closing lang, Yusek David, diba, we'll do yung also with the health, hopefully with the new secretary. I just remembered nung binanggit mo pandemic, I remember I had a classmate na may limp and then nung tinanong namin bakit, kasi nga, hindi siya napabakunahan ng polio nung time na yon. And I remember then because by the end of the month, June 24, it will be the 20th year na nauna na dad ko sa heaven. No? And one of dahil na-publicize talaga yung pinagdaanan niya sa Hepa B and then later on sa stomach cancer, by the time that he passed away kasi, nagkaroon na after nun ng bakuna ng Hepa B that has to be administered within, I think, 48 hours after the birth of the child. So I think one thing that let's look at, doon sa mga health center, kasi sa Hong Kong, pag saan ka pinanganak, naka-register yung bata sa pinakamalapit na health center. And may 3 warning yung health center sa parents na pabakunahan mo yung anak. Pag lumampas ng 3 or 4, kakasuhan ka ng child abuse. Kasi hindi mo binakunahan. Child abuse because wala naman choice yung bata, hindi naman niya alam yun. And there's certain bakunas na pag hindi mo binigay, I mean, mawalang galang sa mga anti-vax. These are vax that I think wala naman issue before. No, I'm not talking about COVID vaccination. I'm talking about the usual vaccination sa mga bata. So we do have a system now, 'di ba? May checklist yung parents, meron but yun nga, baka that's something na e-governance na could be looked at, no? 45% of our barangays still do not have health centers. But can you imagine if kahit wala kang health center, pero whether that's your national ID or whether sa birth certificate mo as soon as na birth, you create a QR code, whatever sa bata, and then the parent will know or the doctor will know whatever na hindi pa nababakunahan. It might really save lives or at least give better health options sa mga pinapanganak, di ba? Sa ibang progressive cities, sa Buntis Congress pa lang, ina-announce na ito. So hindi pa nanganganak yung mga buntis, di ba? Alam na nila that you have to do this. But it's not the same everywhere, di ba? the areas na walang health professionals, medyo ano siya. But that's an example, for example, that I think would be a home run. No? Marami ka nang nakwento na home run. But I think this is an example that e-governance is not simply having a digital copy of what you're doing in analog, di ba? It's much more than converting analog guidelines into digital guidelines, di ba? It's really an ecosystem by itself, no? So thank you, everyone. I'll suspend the hearing, and again, please have some coffee and get to know each other. God bless you. The hearing is now suspended until further notice.